Hello everybody. Omni-sensei here with What If I Was Reborn in Invincible as Sukuna, the Honored King? Part 2. If you enjoy this type of content, please fuga the like button. Subscribe to the channel if you haven't already. Don't forget to check out the original story linked in the description. Let's dive into the rise of the Honored King without further ado.
行くぜ
2 months have passed since the dinner at the Graysons and the realization that Mark's powers had manifested. Spring has given way to early summer, bringing longer days and the promise of freedom as the school year approaches its end. In that time, much has changed. My control over cursed energy has improved significantly, now able to once more do the reversed curse technique. This is thanks in no small part to the scientific approach Eve and I developed during our regular study sessions. Plus of course my life as Sukuna. It helped though understanding my power more from the scientific perspective, rather than only through the lens of jujitsu. Though my RCT is only known to me, I have no desire to reveal its existence unless necessary. Also, what began as a chemistry project partnership has evolved into something deeper, a friendship built on shared intelligence and mutual respect. Mark, meanwhile, has been living a double life. By day, he's still the perpetually late, somewhat awkward teenager I've come to genuinely care about. By night, he's training with his father and, according to news reports, making his first appearances as a superhero under the name Invincible. The costume is almost exactly as I remember from the show and comics, blue and yellow, a small contrast to his father's white and red, designed to evoke his father's image while establishing his own identity. I've maintained my cover as Megumi Fushiguro, reformed delinquent. The probation check-ins with Ms. Chun continue, as do the community service hours under Mr. Washington's supervision. For 2 more months luckily, and then I'm finally free from the nonsense. Uncle Kenji remains oblivious to my abilities, his long hospital shifts keeping him largely absent from my daily life. But beneath this normalcy, I've been preparing. The abandoned construction site has become my regular training ground, a place to push the limits of my abilities without witnesses. The 10 Shadows technique is becoming more accessible, allowing me to summon several Shikigami besides the divine dogs. Having tamed Nu and the frog, a quick dismantle was enough for both. Today, however, might mark a turning point in my carefully constructed existence. Eve texted me this morning, asking to meet at her house after school. "We need to talk about something important," the message read. "Just you and me." The tone was different from our usual exchanges, more serious, more deliberate. I've spent the day considering the possibilities. Is she finally doing what I think she's doing? As I approach her house in the late afternoon sunshine, I find myself unusually tense. I've grown accustomed to Eve's company, to our intellectual exchanges and scientific explorations. The prospect of something unexpected disrupting that equilibrium is unsettling. She answers the door before I can knock, just as she did that first time. But today, her expression is different, determined but with an underlying nervousness that's uncharacteristic of her usual confidence. "Thanks for coming," she says, leading me inside. "My parents are at a conference in Boston until Sunday. I thought we could use the privacy." I follow her to the living room rather than the basement lab, another departure from our routine. She gestures for me to sit on the couch while she takes the armchair opposite, her posture rigid with tension. "Is everything okay?" I ask, keeping my tone neutral despite my growing concern. Eve takes a deep breath, her hands clasped tightly in her lap. "I've been thinking a lot about our conversations. About abilities and responsibility. About trust." I nod, waiting for her to continue. "You've been honest with me about your powers," she says carefully. "At least, as honest as you felt you could be. And I appreciate that. But I haven't been completely honest with you." Here it comes, I think, maintaining a composed expression. She begins, then stops, visibly steeling herself. "There's something I need to show you." She stands, moving to the center of the room where there's open space. I watch, fascinated, as she closes her eyes in concentration. A soft pink glow emanates from her hands, spreading to encompass her entire body. Her casual clothes shimmer and transform, molecules rearranging themselves into the familiar pink and white costume with its distinctive atom symbol. In seconds, Atom Eve stands before me, her expression a mixture of defiance and vulnerability. "This is who I am," she says, her voice steady despite the tension evident in her body. "I'm Atom Eve." I take a moment to absorb the sight, to appreciate the courage this revelation requires. I can see the subtle signs of her anxiety, the slight rigidity in her posture, the carefully controlled breathing, the way her eyes constantly assess my reaction. She's forcing herself to appear calm, but beneath that facade, she's preparing for rejection. "I suspected as much," I say finally, keeping my tone gentle. "The physics knowledge, your interest in my abilities, your disappearance during the explosion downtown. It made sense." Her eyes widen slightly. "You knew." "I had a strong suspicion," I clarify. "But I respected your privacy. We all have our reasons for keeping secrets." She transforms back to her civilian clothes, the pink glow fading as she sits down again, closer to me this time. "I haven't told anyone in a long time," she admits quietly. "Not voluntarily, at least." I catch the implication in her words. "Someone found out?" A shadow crosses her face. "Several times, actually. It didn't go well." I wait, giving her space to elaborate if she chooses. "The first time was in middle school," she continues after a moment. "I thought I could trust my best friend. I showed her what I could do, thinking she'd think it was cool." Eve's voice hardens slightly. "The next day, everyone knew. Kids avoided me, called me a freak. She told her parents, who called the school, who called some government agency. It was a mess." "I'm sorry," I say, genuinely empathetic. "That must have been difficult." "We had to move," she says matter-of-factly. "Change schools, start over. My parents were furious. They've always been protective about my abilities, worried about what might happen if the wrong people found out." I nod, understanding dawning. "So at the museum." I froze, she admits, shame coloring her voice. "It wasn't the danger. I've faced worse with the teen team. It was the situation. So unexpected, so public, with everyone I know watching. I kept thinking about what happened before, about exposing myself, about the consequences." She looks down at her hands. "I've never had to deal with something like that without warning, without backup, while also trying to protect my identity." I recall her expression that day, not just fear of the gunman, but fear of something deeper, more personal. "It's hard to explain," she continues, "but there's this panic that sets in. What if I use my powers and everyone sees? What if I have to leave school again, leave my friends, start over somewhere new? What if this time they take me away for studies, or worse?" She looks up, meeting my eyes directly. I know it sounds selfish, but in that moment, I just couldn't move. "It's not selfish," I tell her. "It's human. We all have our traumas, our triggers." "But you acted," she points out. "You risked exposure to save William." I consider this. Different circumstances, different past. My exposure risks probation violation, not government experimentation. Still, she insists, it was brave. I smile slightly. Or just impulsive. A small laugh escapes her, breaking some of the tension. Maybe both. We sit in comfortable silence for a moment before she speaks again. "I'm telling you this because I understand your situation better than most. Having abilities that you need to hide, living with a constant fear of discovery." She hesitates, then adds, "And because I want to offer you something." "What's that?" I ask, genuinely curious. "An introduction to the teen team." She watches my reaction carefully. "You've expressed interest in the strategic advantages of hero connections. This would be a start." The offer catches me by surprise, though I maintain a neutral expression. "That's generous. But why would they be interested in meeting me?" "Because I vouched for you," she says simply. And because new-powered individuals with unique abilities are always of interest. I consider the implications. This is moving faster than I anticipated, but it aligns with my evolving strategy. Direct contact with the hero community could provide valuable intelligence and potential allies for the coming conflict. When would this meeting take place? I ask. Tomorrow evening, she replies. At our headquarters. It would be informal, just a chance to meet, discuss abilities, maybe demonstrate what you can do in a controlled environment. Who would be there? The core team Rexplode, Duplicate, Shrinking Ray. She pauses. And possibly a new recruit they're considering. Something in her tone catches my attention. Anyone I know? She hesitates. Mark. Apparently, Omni-Man is introducing him to various hero groups, getting him oriented to the community. This is an unexpected development. Mark hasn't mentioned meeting other heroes, though we've had limited private conversations lately due to his and my training schedules. Does Mark know you're at him, Eve? I ask. She shakes her head. No. And he doesn't know you'll be there either. This is complicated territory. I can imagine, I say dryly. Mark knows about my abilities to some extent, but not the full picture. And certainly not in a hero context. That's right, Eve nods. He mentioned to the team that he has a friend with some kind of energy powers, but he was pretty vague about the details. I don't think he realizes just how significant your abilities actually are, since they're in some way similar to mine, but in the more destructive sense. More than she knows, with me now having reversed curse technique, I can reverse my cutting ability to bind things together, a limited form of matter manipulation if one will. You don't have to decide right now, she assures me. Think about it. Let me know by morning. I nod, appreciating the consideration. Thank you for trusting me with this, I say, gesturing to indicate her revelation. I understand what that took. Her expression softens. I've been wanting to tell you for weeks. Every time we discussed your abilities, explored the science behind them, it felt wrong to hold back my own experience. Why now? I ask, genuinely curious. She seems to consider her answer carefully. Because I think you're at a crossroads. Like I was once. Figuring out what these powers mean for your future, who you want to be. She meets my gaze directly. And because I think you might need allies for whatever's coming. Her perceptiveness is unsettling. Has she sensed something about the impending crisis? Or is this simply intuition based on our conversations? What makes you think something's coming? I ask, keeping my tone casual. Just a feeling, she says, but her eyes tell a different story. Our world is pretty big and full of dangers. What if one day there is something beyond even the Guardian's capability? The way you as well talk about power and responsibility, about strategic alliances. It's like you're preparing for something. Like you have the same feeling. She has good instincts. This is not bizarre case, since because of my capability of seeing the soul, thanks to my ceiling in Yuji having given me such a perspective has allowed me to sense the spiritual conflict and bloodlust clouding over the entire planet. All sourcing from Omni-Man. I offer a non-committal shrug. I like to be prepared. Old habits from my street days. She doesn't look entirely convinced, but doesn't press the issue. Well, whatever your reasons, the offer stands. The teen team could use someone with your tactical mind and unique abilities. The conversation shifts to lighter topics after that. Our chemistry project, which received an A, upcoming final exams, summer plans. But beneath the casual exchange, a new understanding has formed between us. Eve has trusted me with her most guarded secret, and in doing so, opened a door to a world that could prove crucial to my survival strategy. As I prepare to leave, Eve walks me to the door as usual. Thank you, she says simply, for not reacting the way others have. I understand keeping secrets, I tell her, and I respect your trust. She smiles, relief evident in her expression. Text me your decision about tomorrow. No pressure either way. I will, I promise. Walking home through the gathering twilight, I weigh my options carefully. Meeting the teen team presents both opportunities and risks. On one hand, it would provide valuable connections to powered individuals who could become allies in the coming conflict. On the other, it exposes me to greater scrutiny, especially from Cecil. But in the end, this contemplation is not really fruitful since I had already decided to join them until I could turn them into my own group outside of Cecil's hands. By the time I reach my apartment, my decision is made. I pull out my phone and send a simple text, "I'm in for tomorrow. Just tell me when and where." Her response comes almost immediately, "Great. Meet me at my place at 7. And Megumi, thank you." I smile slightly as I pocket my phone. The pieces are moving into position, the board taking shape for the game to come. And now, it seems, I have my first true ally in this strange new world. It's strange. In my normal first life, I never had allies. I had my parents, and that was it. In this life as Megumi, finally having realized after looking at my soul carefully that we were one and the same, again I in the beginning had no true allies. Surprisingly, the only time I had allies was in my life as Sukuna. Kenjaku, for all his revolting schemes, knew to never cross me and was even a valuable advisor. And Yurom. The memories I have of her useful presence, make me almost miss her. Almost. In the moment, I suppose, the King of Curses has to build his court once more. The morning after Eve's revelation dawns bright and clear. I wake before my alarm, my mind already racing with plans for the day ahead. Tonight will be my introduction to the teen team, a significant step in building the network of allies I'll need for what's coming. But before that can happen, there's something more urgent I need to address. After a quick breakfast, I leave a note for Uncle Kenji explaining that I'll be at the library all day studying for finals, a plausible excuse that will cover my absence until evening. Then I make my way to the abandoned construction site that has become my training ground. The place is eerily silent this early in the morning, the skeletal framework of unfinished buildings casting long shadows across the dusty ground. I find my usual secluded spot, a half-completed basement level, sheltered from view on all sides by concrete walls. I sit cross-legged on the ground, taking deep, measured breaths to center myself. What I'm about to attempt is dangerous, perhaps the most dangerous thing I've tried since arriving in this world. For months now, I've been frustrated by the limitations of my power. Despite my growing control over cursed energy, despite my ability to use techniques that should be devastating, my output remains a fraction of what I once commanded as Sukuna. The 10 Shadows technique has become more accessible, yes, but even that feels muted, restrained. I've been pondering the cause, and after long months of careful examination of my own soul, I've identified the problem. My soul and this body are not fully aligned. I thought it would be something temporary in the beginning, but it has not fixed itself, at least not at the speed I would prefer. It's ironic, really. The very technique that the brat planned to use against me in Shinjuku after I killed Gojo, separating my soul from its vessel, is essentially what's happening naturally. My soul, with all its power and memories, is not fully integrated with this physical form. But now I have a solution. With the mastery of reversed curse technique that I've recently regained, I have the means to address this disconnect. RCT is typically used for healing, for restoring what's damaged. But at its core, it's about reversing cursed energy's natural destructive tendency, making it constructive instead. And what is Shrine, my most devastating technique, but the ultimate expression of cursed energy's destructive nature? Conceptual cutting that can slice through anything, even the limitless. If I can reverse Shrine, turn cutting into binding, I should be able to forge a stronger connection between my soul and this body, integrating them more completely. In theory, this would allow me to access more of my true power. In theory, the risk is considerable. If I lose control of the process, I could damage my soul irreparably, or tear it from this body entirely. I would cease to exist in any meaningful way. But as I've always believed, as Sukuna has always known, to achieve one's goal, one must be willing to burn everything else away. Doubt, fear, hesitation, all must be consumed in the flame of ambition. And my goal is clear: I need power. Real power. Not just to survive in this world of superhumans and aliens, but to shape events to my advantage. to ensure that when Nolan Grayson makes his move against the Guardians of the Globe, I'm positioned to influence what follows. The thought of the Viltrumites' plans solidifies my resolve. According to the timeline I remember, the slaughter of the Guardians should occur soon, perhaps within weeks. Without intervention, Earth will lose its greatest defenders in a single night, leaving it vulnerable to whatever comes next. I need to present Nolan with a deterrent, a reason to reconsider his timing, if not his ultimate goal. And for that, I need to be more than just a teenager with unusual abilities. I need to be what I truly am, Sukuna, the king of curses, the honored one. I close my eyes and begin to gather cursed energy, feeling it flow through every cell of my body. The familiar sensation of power building within me is both comforting and exhilarating. I direct the energy inward, focusing it on the boundary between soul and flesh. Reversed cursed technique. I murmur, feeling the energy transform, becoming pure and constructive rather than malevolent. Positive. Now comes the difficult part. I must adapt Shrine, a technique designed purely for destruction, into something that binds rather than severs. I visualize the conceptual cutting edge of Shrine turning inward, becoming a suture that joins rather than divides. Curse technique reversal, unite, I whisper, the words feeling strange on my tongue. For a moment, nothing happens. Then pain white-hot and all-consuming erupts throughout my body. It feels as though I'm being torn apart and compressed simultaneously, my very essence stretched to its breaking point. I grit my teeth, fighting the instinct to terminate the technique. This is the critical moment. The binding is occurring, forcibly aligning my soul with this physical form in ways that nature never intended. Blood begins to trickle from my nose, my ears, the corners of my eyes. The ground beneath me cracks as cursed energy radiates outward in uncontrolled pulses. I taste copper in my mouth and realize I've bitten through my tongue. Still, I persist. I can feel it working, the boundaries between soul and flesh blurring, merging, becoming one integrated whole. My consciousness expands, memories from all three of my lives, my original existence, my time as Sukuna, and my current life as Megumi, flowing together more seamlessly than ever before. And with that integration comes power. Real power. Cursed energy surges through me in quantities I haven't felt since my height as the king of curses. The sensation is intoxicating, a rush of pure capability that makes my previous state seem like a half-sleep. Just as I feel I might lose control, that the power might overwhelm me entirely, the process completes itself. The pain recedes, leaving behind a humming energy that permeates every fiber of my being. I open my eyes and see the world anew. Colors are sharper, details more defined. I can sense the cursed energy within and around me with unprecedented clarity. When I extend my hand, cursed energy flows from my fingertips effortlessly, forming a red aurora before dissipating. Experimentally, I whisper, dismantle. A wave of cutting force erupts from my hand, slicing through a concrete pillar 20 feet away as if it were paper. The top half slides off at a perfect angle, crashing to the ground with a sound that echoes through the abandoned site. I smile. This is more like it. Rising to my feet, I test my enhanced abilities further. The divine dogs materialize at my command without the slightest strain, larger and more substantial than before. I summon new next, the massive bird-like Shikigami appearing in a swirl of shadows, its form more detailed and powerful than in previous manifestations. I consider calling forth Maharaga, but decide against it. Even with my increased power, that particular Shikigami would require a ritual and preparation I'm not ready for today. Besides, it would require a more open area, one far from civilization. Instead, I focus on my core techniques. Dismantle and cleave respond to my will with precision and power that approaches what I remember from my days as Sukuna. The sacred flame forms in my palm with ease, ready to be shaped and launched. For nearly an hour, I test the limits of my restored abilities, careful to contain the more destructive aspects within the confines of the construction site. By the time I finish, I'm sweating but exhilarated. I haven't regained all of my former power, perhaps 70% of what I once commanded as Sukuna, but it's a vast improvement over my previous state. Most importantly, I now have access to the full range of my techniques, not just the limited subset I could manage before. And with continued practice, I should be able to approach my former levels of power. As I prepare to leave, I pause to consider the implications of what I've done. With this level of power, I could potentially challenge even a Viltrumite, not in direct physical combat perhaps, but through strategic application of techniques. The thought is satisfying, but I remind myself to remain cautious. Power is meaningless without the wisdom to apply it properly. Nolan Grayson has centuries of combat experience that even dwarf my own, and the raw physical might to crush planets. I must not underestimate him. The best time for confrontation is on that alien planet, the one called Flaxens if I remember well. There I can defeat him, subdue him with force, and attempt to convince him from his mission. I have plausible enough excuse for my knowledge of his intentions of conquest with my ability to see the soul, the fact that his conflicted bloodlust spiritual energy is rousing above the planet like a death cloud. Enough of that for now. Tonight's meeting with the teen team will be the first step in the direction of my plans. With Eve's support and my newly enhanced abilities, I can begin to establish myself within the hero community, building connections that will prove valuable when the crisis breaks. I clean away the blood from my face using a water bottle from my backpack, checking my reflection in a shard of broken glass. Despite the internal changes, I look much the same externally, perhaps a slightly harder set to my jaw, a more confident posture. As I make my way back toward the city, I feel a sense of satisfaction I haven't experienced since arriving in this world. For the first time, I feel truly prepared for what's coming, not just reacting to events, but positioned to shape them. The King of Curses has returned. And just in time. I spend the remainder of the day recovering from the morning's exertion and preparing for the evening's meeting. The integration process, while successful, has left me physically drained. I rest in a quiet corner of the public library, ostensibly studying for finals while actually allowing my body to adjust to the enhanced flow of cursed energy. By late afternoon, I feel sufficiently recovered to head home and change before meeting Eve. I choose my clothing carefully: dark jeans, a fitted black t-shirt, and a lightweight jacket. Casual enough not to seem like I'm trying too hard, but well-fitted enough to allow freedom of movement if a demonstration of my abilities is requested. At precisely 6:45 p.m., I arrive at Eve's house. She answers the door immediately, as if she's been waiting by it. "You came," she says, relief evident in her voice. "I said I would," I reply simply. She's dressed in casual clothes, but I notice she's wearing her costume beneath them, the pink collar just visible at her neckline. "Nervous?" I ask as she leads me inside. "A little," she admits. "This is new territory for me, bringing someone from my civilian life into my hero world." "I appreciate the trust," I tell her, and mean it. Despite all my calculations and strategic thinking, I've come to genuinely value Eve's friendship. Something as Sukuna I never would've. Friendship as Sukuna was impossible. None was my equal, which makes me wonder, if Satoru Gojo and I were to have been born in the same era, could we have become friends? An interesting thought, though in the end, completely pointless. "The headquarters isn't far," she says, checking her watch. "We can walk there in about 20 minutes. It's in an abandoned subway station beneath the old Parkview Mall." Sounds appropriately clandestine, I observe with a slight smile. She returns the smile, some of her tension easing. Rex's idea. He has a flair for the dramatic. As we walk through the quiet residential streets toward the more commercial district where the mall is located, Eve briefs me on what to expect. "Rex can be abrasive," she warns. "He's talented but has an ego to match. Duplicate is more level-headed, though she tends to defer to Rex on most matters. Shrinking Ray is the tech expert, brilliant but socially awkward." "And Mark?" I ask, curious about how she perceives him in his hero persona. "Invincible." She shrugs, still finding his footing. Powerful, obviously, being Omni-Man's son, but inexperienced, eager to prove himself. Her assessment aligns with my own observations of Mark's development. Despite his Viltrumite heritage, he's still very much a teenager learning to navigate his newfound abilities. "What have you told them about me?" I ask as we approach the abandoned mall. "Just the basics," she replies. that you can manipulate energy in unique ways, primarily for cutting and destruction, that you're highly intelligent with good tactical instincts, and that you're trustworthy. The last part catches me slightly off guard. You vouched for my character? She nods without hesitation. I did. I believe in you, Megumi. The simple statement carries more weight than she likely realizes. In all my lives, original, Sukuna, and current, few people have expressed such uncomplicated faith in me. We enter the mall through a service entrance, Eve using a key card to bypass the security lock. The interior is dark and dusty, retail spaces long since emptied of merchandise, leaving only the skeletal remains of display fixtures and signage. Eve leads me to what was once a maintenance corridor, then to a service elevator that surprisingly still functions. We descend 2 levels below the mall's main floor, emerging into a dimly lit tunnel that must have been part of the planned subway expansion that was abandoned years ago. After a short walk, we reach a heavy steel door with a sophisticated electronic lock. Eve places her palm on a scanner, and the door slides open to reveal a surprisingly well-appointed space beyond. The Teen Team headquarters is a converted subway station, its original architectural features preserved but enhanced with modern technology. The main platform has been transformed into a combination of training area, lounge, and command center, with computer stations, comfortable seating, and what appears to be state-of-the-art exercise equipment. 3 individuals are already present when we enter. Rex Splode, recognizable by his distinctive red and yellow costume, is lounging on a couch, feet propped up on a coffee table. Duplicate stands nearby, multiple copies of herself engaged in different activities, one reading a magazine, another checking something on a computer, a third practicing what looks like martial arts moves. Shrinking Ray sits at a workstation, tinkering with some device I can't identify. They all look up as we enter, their expressions ranging from curiosity to wariness. "Hey guys," Eve says, her voice taking on a confidence I haven't heard before, her hero persona emerging. "This is Megumi, the friend I told you about." Rex stands, eyeing me with undisguised assessment. "So you're the energy manipulator. Don't look like much. If only you knew. If you met me before this life, I would have fed you your own tongue and strangled you with your intestines for such insolence. Yet, currently, I don't have the drive for such effort." "Rex," Kate admonishes, her duplicates merging back into a single form as she approaches. "Ignore him. He's like this with everyone new." She extends a hand. "I'm Kate. Nice to meet you." I shake her hand, likewise. Ray approaches next, adjusting his glasses nervously. "Your energy manipulation. Eve says it operates on a molecular level? Fascinating. I'd love to run some tests if you're amenable." "Maybe later," Eve interjects before I can respond. "Let's not overwhelm him right away." Rex circles me slowly, his posture deliberately intimidating. "So what can you actually do?" Eve was pretty vague on the details. I meet his gaze steadily. "I can manipulate an energy within me for various effects. Primarily cutting, but other applications as well." "What kind of energy?" Rex scoffs. "Sounds like mystical bullshit to me." "I'm not sure what to call it," I explain calmly. "It's a form of energy that seems to exist within living beings. Most humans have it in small amounts. I can generate and control it in much larger quantities." "Prove it," Rex challenges. This insolent brat. If your challenge benefited not my own plans, maybe I should cut off his tongue later, and heal it after a week. It would benefit him greatly to know how not to speak with his betters. No, that wouldn't beneficial for my future plans right now. I'll put him in his place and humble him eventually. I know he has valuable potential after all. With careful precision, I extend my hand toward an empty soda can on the coffee table. "Dismantle," I say softly. The can splits perfectly in half, both pieces remaining exactly where they were, the cut so clean it looks like it was done with a laser. Rex's eyebrows rise slightly, the first sign of genuine interest. "Okay, that's something. What else?" Before I can respond, the door slides open again, and a familiar figure enters, Mark in his Invincible costume. the blue and yellow design bright against the subdued colors of the headquarters. He stops short when he sees me, his eyes widening behind his mask. Megumi? What are you doing here? He's Eve's guest, Rex explains before I can answer. Apparently, he's got some kind of energy-cutting power. Just demonstrated on a soda can. Mark looks between Eve and me, confusion evident in his expression. You two know each other? Like know each other. Eve steps forward, her posture slightly defensive. We've been working together on understanding his abilities. Similar to how I've been helping you adjust to yours. But Mark gestures between us, struggling to find words. How long has this been going on? A couple of months, I answer honestly. Eve has been incredibly helpful in providing a scientific perspective on my energy manipulation. Mark turns to Eve, his expression shifting from confusion to something closer to hurt. You knew about his powers all this time, and you never mentioned it. It wasn't my secret to share, Eve replies firmly. Just like I wouldn't tell him about your abilities without your permission. Mark processes this, then turns back to me. And you knew she was Atom Eve? Since when? Dad just told me today. I suspected for some time, I admit. She confirmed it yesterday. The tension in the room is palpable, the other team members watching this exchange with varying degrees of interest and discomfort. Well, this is awkward, Rex comments, seeming to enjoy the drama. Sounds like everyone's been keeping secrets from everyone. Not helping Rex, Kate mutters. Mark takes a deep breath, visibly collecting himself. Okay, so you both know about each other's powers. And now you're here because I invited him, Eve says. His abilities are unique and potentially valuable. I thought he should meet the team. And what, join up? Mark asks, his tone skeptical. That would be up to all of us, Eve replies. Including Megumi. This is just an introduction. I observe Mark carefully, noting the conflict playing across his features. He's struggling with multiple revelations. That Eve and I have been working together, that we've both been keeping secrets from him, that his two separate worlds are suddenly colliding. I think a demonstration is in order, Rex announces, breaking the uncomfortable silence. Let's see what the new guy can really do. Training room, 5 minutes. Without waiting for a response, he strides toward a doorway at the far end of the platform. Kate follows, giving me an apologetic look as she passes. Is that really necessary? Eve asks, but Ray is already nodding enthusiastically. Actually, a controlled environment would be ideal for observing his energy manipulation capabilities, the scientist says, gathering a tablet and what looks like sensing equipment. I can take baseline readings during the demonstration. As Ray hurries after the others, Mark, Eve, and I are left alone in an awkward triangle of unspoken questions. I should probably explain, I say, breaking the tension. My abilities weren't fully manifested when we first discussed them, Mark. What you saw at the museum was just the beginning. Mark crosses his arms, his posture defensive. And you didn't think to mention that you were working with Eve? Or that your powers were developing? Just like you didn't mention you were meeting with the team, I counter calmly. We all have our reasons for discretion. Yeah, okay, that is hypocritical on my part, one admit it. But man, I have a blueprint on my powers. What if yours were dangerous? You should have given me a heads up. Maybe I could have asked Dad to help and see if you wouldn't get hurt. You yourself said your powers are destructive, so them changing could have been destructive too. Mark retorted, concern evident in his voice. Eve steps between us before I can reply. This isn't the time for this. Megumi's here because I believe his abilities could be valuable to the team, and because I trust him. She turns to me. Are you ready for this demonstration? Rex won't go easy on you. I smile slightly, thankful for the change of topic. I'm counting on it. We follow the others to the training room, a large reinforced chamber with high ceilings and walls lined with what appears to be impact-resistant material. Various training equipment is arranged around the perimeter, with a clear space in the center for combat practice. Rex stands in the middle, arms crossed, with Kate and Ray positioned at observation points. Several monitoring devices have been set up around the room. Finally, Rex says as we enter, "Thought you might have chickened out." I ignore the taunt, taking in the room's dimensions and features with a tactical eye. Adequate for a controlled demonstration, though not for my full capabilities. Before we begin, a deep voice announces from the doorway, "I'd like to observe this demonstration as well." I turn to see Nolan Grayson Omni-Man, entering the training room, his white and red costume immaculate, his presence immediately dominating the space. Mark's posture straightens instinctively at his father's arrival. "Dad," he says, surprise evident in his voice. "I thought you were handling that situation in the Netherlands." "Resolved more quickly than anticipated," Nolan replies, his gaze fixed on me. "When I heard Mark was meeting a friend with unusual abilities, I thought it prudent to assess the situation personally." The room's dynamic shifts instantly. What was to be a simple demonstration for the teen team has suddenly become an evaluation by Earth's most powerful hero and secret threat. "Mr. Grayson," I say, keeping my tone respectful despite the sudden tension in my muscles. "I wasn't expecting you." "Clearly," he replies with a slight smile that doesn't reach his eyes. "I hope my presence doesn't unsettle you." "Not at all," I lie smoothly. "An experienced perspective is always valuable." Nolan moves to the side of the room, positioning himself where he can observe everything. The teen team members exchange glances, clearly not accustomed to having Omni-Man supervise their activities so directly. "Well," Rex says, recovering quickly, "let's see what you've got, new guy." Standard assessment, display of abilities followed by light sparring. I step into the center of the room, centering myself. With Nolan present, I need to be particularly careful about what I reveal. Enough to impress, not enough to threaten. "I'll start with the basics," I announce, extending my hand toward a training dummy positioned against the far wall. Dismantle. A thin line of cursed energy extends from my fingertips, manifesting as a slight distortion in the air. The dummy splits cleanly in half, the cut so precise that the two pieces remain standing for a moment before sliding apart. "Molecular separation," Ray murmurs, staring at his readings. "The energy signature is unlike anything I've recorded before." "That's the same thing you did to the soda can," Rex points out, unimpressed. "Just bigger." I smile slightly. That was a controlled application. The technique can be less precise. I turn toward a rack of weighted training equipment, focusing my cursed energy differently, extending it to touch it. Cleave. A broader wave of destructive force erupts from my hand, tearing through the equipment rack and leaving a jagged path of destruction. Metal bends and warps, weights split apart, the entire structure collapsing in a controlled demolition. The difference, I explain as the dust settles, is that dismantle cuts with fixed parameters. Cleave adapts to the target's durability and resistance. I notice Nolan's posture shift slightly, the first indication that he's genuinely interested in what he's seeing. Good, it is going as expected for now. And those are just words you say to focus. Kate asks, having moved closer to examine the destruction. "Mental triggers," I confirm. "They help channel the energy appropriately." "What else can you do?" Mark asks, his earlier frustration giving way to curiosity. I consider how much more to reveal. With Nolan watching, I need to establish myself as valuable and also a little threatening. The 10 Shadows technique is my ace in the hole. Despite wishing to be seen as a threat, it is better to keep it hidden and focus on my physical enhancements. The energy also allows me to enhance my physical capabilities, I explain. Strength, speed, reflexes, durability, all can be amplified significantly. Rex looks skeptical. How significantly? We talking Olympic athlete or superhuman? Why don't you find out? I suggest, maintaining a neutral expression despite the challenge in my voice. Rex grins, clearly eager for the opportunity. Now we're talking. Actually, Nolan interjects, I'd be more interested in seeing how these enhancements compare to Viltrumite abilities. He turns to his son. Mark, why don't you test Megumi's capabilities? Mark looks startled. Dad, I don't think that's a good idea. I could hurt him. I noticed the subtle shift in Nolan's expression, a flicker of assessment, perhaps even disappointment at Mark's hesitation. Your friend may surprise you, Nolan says. From what I've observed, his abilities are substantial. Mark glances at me uncertainly. Megumi? Are you okay with this? I nod, understanding the opportunity this presents. I'm willing if you are. We can keep it controlled, basic strength and speed assessment. I'll monitor the energy output, Ray offers eagerly, adjusting his equipment. This could provide valuable comparative data. Mark still looks hesitant, but steps forward into the center of the training area. Just tell me if I'm going too hard, okay? I will, I promise, though I have no intention of doing so. This is my chance to demonstrate capabilities that will make both Mark and Nolan reassess their assumptions about me. We face each other in the center of the room, the others backing away to give us space. I can sense Mark's discomfort. He's never had to control his newfound strength against a friend before. Start with basic strength assessment, Nolan instructs from the sidelines. Push against each other, gradually increasing force. Mark and I position ourselves, palms raised to meet in the middle. As our hands connect, I channel cursed energy throughout my body, focusing particularly on enhancing my physical strength. Ready? Mark asks. Ready, I confirm. We begin pushing against each other, slowly at first. I can feel Mark deliberately holding back, afraid of hurting me. I maintain a neutral expression, allowing him to believe he has the advantage. More pressure, Mark, Nolan calls out. He can handle it. Mark increases the force slightly, still well below his capabilities. I match it easily, the cursed energy flowing through my muscles. More, Nolan instructs, his voice sharper now. Mark reluctantly applies more strength, enough that a normal human would be struggling. I remain steady, my feet planted firmly on the ground, my posture relaxed despite the increasing pressure. You can push harder, I tell him quietly. I won't break. Something in my tone, confidence without arrogance, seems to reassure him. He increases the pressure significantly, now using strength that would crush concrete. I channel more cursed energy, my muscles hardening with supernatural resilience. Our hands remain locked in position, neither giving ground. Full strength, Mark, Nolan commands, his voice carrying an edge of authority that brooks no argument. I want to see what he's truly capable of. Mark hesitates only briefly before complying. The pressure against my palms increases exponentially as he finally unleashes his Viltrumite strength, force that could shatter moons. I pour more cursed energy into my body, drawing deeply from the well of power that my soul integration has unlocked. A faint red aura shimmers around me momentarily as I match Mark's full strength, our hands remaining perfectly stationary. The floor beneath our feet fractures, cracks spiderwebbing outward in a 6-foot radius. The air between us seems to vibrate with tension. Mark's eyes widen in disbelief. How are you? I maintain my position, not yielding an inch. The effort is tremendous, requiring more cursed energy than I've channeled since arriving in this world, but I refuse to show any strain. From the corner of my eye, I see Nolan's reaction. His composed expression barely changes, but I catch the slight narrowing of his eyes, the almost imperceptible straightening of his posture. It's the look of a predator reassessing potential prey, or perhaps a potential rival. Enough, he says after several seconds, his tone perfectly controlled despite what must be considerable surprise. We break apart, both unharmed despite the tremendous forces we've just exerted. The others stare in stunned silence at the destroyed floor beneath us. Remarkable, Nolan says, his voice carrying a careful neutrality that contrasts with the intense calculation in his eyes. I've never seen a human match Viltrumite's strength before. There's something in the way he studies me now, a new quality of attention that goes beyond mere curiosity. It's the focused assessment of someone categorizing a potential asset or threat, all according to plan. The energy enhances my physical capabilities significantly, I explain modestly. Though maintaining this level of output is taxing. Indeed. Nolan circles us slowly, his movements deliberately casual, yet somehow still dangerous. Most enhanced humans show specialized abilities, super strength or speed or durability. Rarely all three, and never at levels comparable to Viltrumite physiology. He stops directly in front of me, meeting my gaze with an intensity that would intimidate most beings. "You're quite the anomaly, Megumi." "I'm still learning the extent of my abilities myself," I reply, maintaining a respectful tone while returning his gaze steadily. A ghost of a smile touches his lips. "Let's test your speed and reflexes next." Mark looks at me with new respect. "You're a lot stronger than you look." "So are you," I reply with a slight smile. For the next test, we position ourselves at opposite ends of the training area. "Mark will move at increasing speeds," Nolan explains. "Megumi, your task is to track and react to his movements. We'll start at human baseline and escalate." I nod, centering myself and channeling cursed energy to enhance my reflexes and perception. Mark begins moving across the room at normal human running speed, easy to track. Then he accelerates to Olympic sprinter velocity, still well within my enhanced capabilities. "Faster," Nolan instructs, his voice carrying an undertone of anticipation that wasn't there before. Mark blurs into superhuman speed, moving faster than any normal human could possibly track. To the others, he must appear as little more than a colored streak. But with my cursed energy enhancing my senses and reflexes, I can still perceive his movements, not with perfect clarity, but enough to react. As he passes by me, I reach out and lightly tap his shoulder, demonstrating that I can track him. Mark stops, looking genuinely shocked. "How did you dash again?" Nolan interrupts, and there's no mistaking the intensity in his voice now. "Maximum speed this time." Mark hesitates only briefly before complying. This time he moves at true Viltrumite velocity, a speed that would be invisible to normal human perception. I channel cursed energy to, not its limit per se, but still a significant amount compared to what I can currently do, pushing my reflexes and perception to near their absolute peak. The world seems to slow around me, though not enough to fully track Mark's movements. It seems Viltrumites exceed me in speed still. As he approaches, I can perceive only a faint distortion in the air. I react on instinct, enhanced by decades of battle experience as Sukuna, and manage to shift just enough to brush my fingers against his costume as he passes. Not a direct hit, but enough to demonstrate capabilities far beyond anything conventional. Mark skids to a stop, staring at me with undisguised astonishment. "That's impossible. No one can track me at that speed except Dad." I allow myself a small, satisfied smile. The energy enhances perception as well as physical capabilities. "Extraordinary," Ray mutters, frantically recording data. His neural response time is orders of magnitude beyond human baseline. Nolan has gone very still, his expression carefully neutral, but his eyes calculating. When he finally speaks, his voice is measured, controlled. "One final test, I think. Durability." Mark immediately shakes his head. "No way. I'm not hitting him." "A controlled impact," Nolan clarifies. "Just enough to assess resilience." I meet Nolan's gaze, understanding the real purpose of this test. He wants to know if I could survive a Viltrumite attack, information that could be valuable to him for very different reasons than the others might assume. "I'm willing," I say calmly, "with appropriate limitations." Mark still looks uncomfortable. "I don't like this." "It's necessary to understand the full scope of his abilities," Nolan insists, his tone carrying that subtle note of authority that seems to compel obedience. "For proper team integration and tactical planning." There's something more in his voice now, a clinical detachment that reminds me of a scientist preparing to test a hypothesis. Or perhaps a general evaluating a weapon's capabilities. Eve steps forward, concern evident in her expression. "This has gone far enough. We've established that Megumi has enhanced physical capabilities. We don't need to risk injury." "I agree with Eve," Kate adds. "This is supposed to be an introduction, not a combat trial." Nolan's expression hardens slightly, but before he can respond, I speak up. "A compromise, perhaps," I suggest. I'll demonstrate my durability against a non-living target. I turn to Rex. Charge something with moderate explosive force. I'll absorb the impact. Rex looks to Nolan, who nods after a moment's consideration. There's a hint of disappointment in the Viltrumite's eyes. He wanted to see me tested against Mark's strength directly, but he conceals it quickly. Fine, Rex says, picking up a small metal sphere from a training equipment rack. He charges it with glowing energy. This would normally dent reinforced steel. Ready. I position myself in the center of the room, channeling cursed energy throughout my body to create a protective layer just beneath my skin. Ready. Rex throws the sphere directly at my chest. I make no attempt to dodge or deflect it. The impact is decent. The sphere detonates on contact, creating a small explosion that momentarily engulfs me in smoke and flame. When the smoke clears, I'm still standing in the same position, my clothing not even singed, my body unharmed. The floor beneath my feet has cracked from the force I absorbed and redirected downward. Holy shit, Rex mutters, clearly impressed despite himself. I brush some debris from my shoulder, maintaining a calm demeanor despite the exertion required to withstand the blast. As I said, the energy provides significant defensive capabilities as well. Nolan studies me with an intensity that's no longer disguised. Most impressive, young man, he says, his voice carrying a weight of consideration that wasn't there before. You've demonstrated capabilities far beyond what I expected to see today. There's something in his tone, not quite suspicion, but a deeper curiosity that borders on wariness. Good, he must be wary. I need to delay his killing of the Guardians. Nolan is no fool. He must realize that he can get substantially injured during his act of killing. But Incannon never cared, since even in such a weakened state no one could hurt him. No one, but Mark, who is his son and would never believe anything bad about him till he sees it before his very eyes. Now it's different. I exist. If Cecil or anyone found out about his actions, and wanted him dead, and showed it to me, then with proper motivation I could easily kill him at his weakest. Mark approaches, concern evident in his expression. Are you really okay? Perfectly fine, I assure him. Though I'll need to clean my shirt. This draws a small laugh from the group, breaking some of the tension. I believe we've seen enough for an initial assessment, Nolan announces, his authoritative tone bringing the demonstration to a close. Megumi's abilities are clearly substantial and versatile. Energy projection, physical enhancement, precise control, all valuable assets for a hero team. He turns to address the entire group. I believe he would make a valuable addition to your team, on a trial basis of course. His tactical mind and unique abilities would complement your existing capabilities. Rex looks like he wants to object, but knows better than to contradict Omni-Man. Kate and Ray seem genuinely pleased, while Mark appears conflicted. Eve steps forward. That was our hope in bringing him here today. To introduce him to the team and assess potential compatibility. Then it seems we're in agreement, Nolan says with a finality that brooks no argument. He turns back to me, and for a brief moment, the mask of the benevolent hero slips just slightly. His eyes meet mine with a penetrating intensity that communicates volumes. I look forward to seeing how you develop, young man, he says, his voice carrying layers of meaning. Your potential is intriguing. The word hangs in the air between us, loaded with implication. This is the strategic assessment from a being who has conquered worlds. What does he see me as right now besides a threat? A potential asset? A potential breeding horse for Viltrumite women? A human male that evolved to the point of rivaling Viltrumites. With that though, he moves toward the door. Mark, I'll see you at home. We have training scheduled for tomorrow morning. After Nolan leaves, the room erupts in excited chatter. Ray rushes over with his monitoring equipment, babbling about energy readings and neural response times. Kate congratulates me on holding my own against both Rex and Mark, while Rex himself maintains a sullen distance. Mark approaches me, his expression serious. That was not what I expected. Which part? I ask. Any of it. My dad doesn't usually take such an interest in new heroes. And I've never seen anyone move that fast or hit that hard except for him. I shrug, downplaying my performance. The energy enhances my physical abilities significantly. I pushed myself harder than usual because, well, it was an important demonstration. He studies me for a moment, then nods. I guess that makes sense. Still, he seemed really impressed. Your father is difficult to read, I say truthfully. Tell me about it, Mark sighs. Anyway, welcome to the team, I guess? This is weird, my school friend and my superhero colleagues mixing. Life is full of unexpected intersections, I reply. We'll adjust. Eve joins us, her expression a mixture of relief and concern. That went differently than I anticipated. I didn't expect Nolan to show up, let alone take such an active role in testing you. It worked out, I say reassuringly. Though I'll be feeling that workout tomorrow. You matched Mark's strength, she says, lowering her voice. Do you realize how significant that is? He has Viltrumite genetics. I channeled a lot of energy, I explain. More than I've ever attempted before. It's not something I could maintain indefinitely. Still, she insists, it was impressive. And a little concerning, honestly. I've never seen you display that level of enhancement during our practice sessions. I meet her gaze steadily. As I explained to Mark earlier, my abilities weren't fully manifested when we began working together. They've been awakening gradually. Awakening, she repeats, her scientific mind clearly processing the implications. We should run some comparative tests, establish new baselines. Always the scientist, I say with a small smile. The rest of the evening is spent discussing logistics, training schedules, communication protocols, equipment needs. Rex gradually warms up after his initial sullenness, even offering tactical suggestions for how my abilities might complement the team's existing capabilities. By the time Eve and I leave headquarters, it's well past 10 o'clock. The night air is cool and refreshing after the intensity of the training room. So, Eve says as we walk back toward her neighborhood, official team member, with Omni-Man's personal endorsement. Not bad for your first hero meeting. It wasn't what I expected, I admit. Nolan's presence changed the dynamic considerably. He seemed very interested in you, she observes. More than I've ever seen him show interest in a new hero. I consider this. Perhaps because my abilities are unusual, different from most powered individuals. Maybe, she says, though she doesn't sound entirely convinced. Or maybe he sensed something in you that the rest of us haven't fully recognized yet. Her perception is uncomfortably accurate. I change the subject slightly. How do you think Mark feels about all this? His friend suddenly joining his superhero team. Confused, probably. But he'll adjust. Mark's good at rolling with unexpected developments. We walk in companionable silence for a while, each lost in our own thoughts. Eventually, Eve speaks again. That was quite a demonstration today, she says. I don't think I've ever seen Rex so impressed, though he'd never admit it. I smile slightly. He does seem the type to guard his approval carefully. The team's dynamics take some getting used to, she admits. Rex likes to position himself as the leader, Kate mediates, and Ray gets so caught up in the scientific aspects that he sometimes misses the social cues. And where do you fit in this arrangement? I ask, genuinely curious about how she perceives her role. She considers this for a moment. I suppose I'm the pragmatist. I try to keep everyone focused on what actually matters, helping people, solving problems efficiently. A valuable perspective, I note. Teams need that grounding influence. We continue walking, the conversation shifting to more practical matters, communication protocols, the logistics of balancing hero work with our academic responsibilities. Speaking of balance, Eve says as we near her neighborhood, how are you planning to manage all this with your probation requirements? You still have community service hours, right? For 2 more months, I confirm. But Mr. Washington's program is flexible enough. And my uncle works so many hospital shifts that my schedule is fairly open. She nods thoughtfully. Just don't overextend yourself. Even with enhanced abilities, everyone has limits. The statement carries more weight than she likely realizes. I've spent decades pushing past what others considered limits, redefining the boundaries of power and possibility. But in this new context, with this body still acclimating to my soul, prudence has value. I'll pace myself, I assure her. And I shall, for there is much at stake here. Nolan's POV. I stand at the window of my study, gazing out at the night sky, my thoughts far from the peaceful suburban landscape below. The stars above hold the truth of my existence, my origins, my purpose, my destiny. Tonight, they seem to mock me with their distant indifference to the conflict raging within. The boy, Megumi Fushiguro, has complicated matters considerably. I replay the demonstration in my mind, analyzing every detail with the precision honed through centuries of combat experience. The way he matched Mark's strength without visible strain. The impossible reflexes that allowed him to track movement at Viltrumite speed. The durability that shrugged off an explosion that would cripple most enhanced humans. This was no ordinary power set. No random mutation or scientific accident. What I witnessed today was something unprecedented in my centuries of life before Earth. A being with physical capabilities approaching those of a Viltrumite. I move to my desk, where a glass of bourbon sits untouched. The house is quiet, Debbie asleep upstairs, Mark in his room, likely still processing the events of the evening. My family, unaware of the true nature of my thoughts. The irony doesn't escape me. For years, I've searched Earth for signs that humans might be compatible with Viltrumite genetics. Mark's existence proved this compatibility beyond doubt, a half-human, half-Viltrumite hybrid with the full range of our abilities. But Megumi represents something different, something potentially more significant. If his abilities are natural, if they represent an evolutionary advancement in human potential, then the implications for Viltrum's plans are profound. Our numbers have dwindled catastrophically. Once a mighty race that dominated an entire galaxy, we now count fewer than a couple hundred pure-blooded Viltrumites in existence. The Scourge virus and our own brutal civil war saw to that. Our conquest of Earth isn't merely about expanding our empire, it's about survival. About finding compatible breeding stock to rebuild our population. Mark's existence confirmed Earth's suitability for this purpose. But Megumi suggests possibilities I hadn't considered. If humans are evolving toward Viltrumite-level capabilities naturally, they could produce offspring with our men and women that maintain or even enhance our strengths while potentially eliminating weaknesses. Selective breeding with the most advanced specimens could accelerate our recovery, perhaps even elevate our species beyond its former glory. Megumi would be invaluable in such a program. His genetic material, combined with that of our remaining females, could produce a generation of hybrids with extraordinary capabilities. The thought is coldly practical, befitting a Viltrumite officer tasked with ensuring his species' survival. Yet something in me recoils from it. I take a sip of bourbon, letting the burn distract me from the uncomfortable direction of my thoughts. When did I begin having these hesitations? These moments of doubt that would be considered treason on Viltrum? I know precisely when. It began with Debbie. With the unexpected depth of connection I formed with this fragile temporary human woman. It grew with Mark's birth, watching my son develop, slowly at first, then with the sudden emergence of his heritage. And now these doubts gnaw at me when I contemplate Megumi's fate in a conquered Earth. I've seen the boy at my dinner table, engaged him in philosophical discussions, observed his interaction with my son. There's a quiet intelligence there, a dignity that reminds me of myself perhaps, before centuries of following orders hardened me into the perfect Viltrumite weapon. For a brief, treasonous moment, I allow myself to imagine an alternative. What if I had never received the order to prepare Earth? What if I had been allowed to live out my cover identity in peace, to watch Debbie age and die naturally, to guide Mark without the shadow of my true mission hanging over us? I could have waited. Viltrumites live for thousands of years. I could have delayed the conquest until after my human family was gone, sparing them the trauma of betrayal. Sparing myself the necessity of destroying what I've come to value. The admission, even in the privacy of my own thoughts, feels dangerous. Viltrumites do not form attachments. We do not hesitate. We do not question orders. Yet here I stand, questioning. And now there's Megumi. Another variable I hadn't anticipated. Another human who has demonstrated qualities worthy of respect. Who might, under different circumstances, have been someone I could mentor rather than subjugate. I drain the bourbon and pour another, a human habit I've adopted that provides momentary distraction from uncomfortable thoughts. The alcohol doesn't affect me. Viltrumite physiology processes it too efficiently, but the ritual itself has become soothing. My orders are clear. Prepare Earth for conquest. Eliminate potential resistance. Assess human compatibility for breeding purposes. I've delayed the first phase, the elimination of this planet's primary defenders, the guardians of the globe, longer than I should have already. Every day of delay increases the risk of discovery, of intervention from the coalition of planets, of some unforeseen complication. Like Megumi Fushiguro. I need to move forward with the plan. The guardians must be eliminated, and soon. With Earth's primary defense force removed, the transition to Viltrumite control can begin. Mark will need to be brought fully into the fold, made to understand his heritage and his responsibility to our species. And Megumi. He will need to be carefully handled. His power makes him too valuable to eliminate, too dangerous to ignore. Whether he becomes an ally through persuasion or a resource through conquest will depend on his adaptability. I find myself hoping, against all Viltrumite training, that he chooses alliance. That he recognizes the inevitability of our victory and accepts a place of privilege in the new order. It would be preferable to the alternatives. The thought of forcing him into a breeding program, of reducing someone of his evident capability to a genetic resource, continues to sit uncomfortably with me. It's the most logical course of action from a purely Viltrumite perspective, but logic has become increasingly difficult to separate from these emotions I've absorbed during my time on Earth. I move away from the window, pacing the confines of my study. My reflection catches in the glass of a framed photograph, Debbie, Mark, and myself at the beach last summer. The perfect image of a human family. My cover identity made flesh. Except it's no longer merely a cover. That's the problem. I pick up the photograph, studying the faces. Debbie's smile, so open and trusting. Mark's adolescent awkwardness, unaware of the heritage flowing through his veins. And my own face, wearing an expression of contentment that would be unrecognizable to my Viltrumite commanders. For a moment, looking at this image, I allow myself to imagine a different outcome. One where I reveal the truth to Debbie and Mark, but not as prelude to conquest. Instead, as a confession, an unburdening. Where I explain my mission, but declare my intention to defy it. To protect this world, rather than subjugate it. The fantasy is brief, extinguished by centuries of conditioning and the cold reality of Viltrumite power. They would simply send another. And another. Until Earth fell. And my family, my human family, would be among the first casualties of my betrayal. No. There is only one path forward. I must complete my mission. Prepare Earth for Viltrumite occupation. Ensure that Mark embraces his heritage and takes his rightful place in our hierarchy. And Megumi. I must determine whether he represents an evolutionary advancement or a genetic anomaly. Whether his abilities can be replicated or are unique to him. Whether he can be persuaded to serve willingly or must be controlled through other means. The coldly practical part of my mind, the Viltrumite officer who has conquered worlds without hesitation, calculates the most efficient approach. Observe him further. Test the limits of his abilities. Determine his weaknesses. Assess his psychological profile for vulnerabilities that could be exploited. If he proves as valuable as I suspect, he would indeed become a primary breeding candidate. Our remaining Viltrumite women would ensure his genetic material is preserved and propagated. He would father a generation of hybrids that might represent the future of our species. The fact that such a fate would likely be against his will is regrettable, but necessary for the survival of my people. I replace the photograph on the shelf, my decision made. The Guardians will be eliminated within the coming months. Earth's defenses will crumble. The conquest will begin. Mark will be given the choice to join us willingly, though I have no illusions about his initial reaction. He's been raised with human values, human attachments. He will resist at first. But he is my son, a Viltrumite by blood. In time, he will understand his place in the natural order. And the boy. He will be carefully monitored in the coming days. His relationship with Mark and the teen team provides the perfect opportunity to assess his capabilities more thoroughly, to understand the source and limits of his power. When the time comes, he too will be given a choice. Serve willingly as an ally and genetic contributor to Viltrumite restoration, or serve unwillingly in a more restricted capacity. His power makes him too valuable to waste, but also too dangerous to allow complete freedom if he opposes us. I finish my bourbon and set the glass down with finality. My path is clear, despite these uncomfortable human emotions that have infected my thinking. I am Nolan Grayson to this world, but I am Omni-Man to the universe. A Viltrumite officer with a mission that supersedes all personal considerations. Earth will fall. The Viltrumite Empire will endure. And those humans worthy of preservation, Mark Megumi, perhaps a few others, will serve the greater purpose of rebuilding our glorious civilization. As I prepare to join Debbie in bed, maintaining the charade of the devoted husband for a few months, I push aside the treasonous whisper that suggests I've made the wrong choice. That there might be another way. There is no other way. There is only the Viltrumite way. Yet as I climb the stairs, that whisper persists, carrying with it images of Sunday dinners, of Mark's first steps, of Debbie's laughter. Of philosophical discussions with a reformed delinquent whose intelligence and power have earned my reluctant respect. I am a soldier. I have my orders. I will complete my mission. But for the first time in centuries, I find myself wishing those orders had never come. The city at night pulses with a different energy than during daylight hours. From my vantage point atop the Wilkins Financial Building, I observe the patterns of movement below, the flow of traffic, the clusters of pedestrians, the occasional police cruiser making its rounds. All of it forming a living tapestry of urban existence, unaware of the figure watching from above. It's been 3 weeks since my demonstration for the teen team and my subsequent induction as a provisional member. 3 weeks of training sessions, patrol rotations, and strategic planning meetings. 3 weeks of careful observation and preparation for what I know is coming. My communicator, a sleek device provided by Ray, vibrates against my wrist. I tap it once to activate. Sukuna here, I respond, using the codename I'd chosen for myself. The team had been curious about its meaning, and I'd explained that the last kanji in my name meant driving out evil spirits, a fitting moniker for a hero. What I didn't share was its deeper significance. The double-faced specter, the imaginary demon, a part of my true identity. The irony of adopting my own name as a hero alias amuses me still. Hidden in plain sight, a truth disguised as fiction. Armed robbery in progress at First National, corner of Madison and 8th. Rex's voice comes through, clipped and professional. Police responding, but hostage situation developing. Eve and I are en route from the west. Invincible's handling an incident uptown. Understood. I'm 2 blocks east. Will approach from the rear entrance. Remember protocol, Rex adds, unable to resist giving instructions even after weeks of successful operations. Assessment first, then coordinated entry. Copy that. I end the transmission, already moving across the rooftop. With a surge of cursed energy enhancing my muscles, I leap to the next building, covering the distance in a single bound. Another leap takes me to street level, landing in an alley with barely a sound despite the force of my descent. I move toward the bank, keeping to shadows. My costume is minimalist compared to the others. Black tactical pants and a fitted long-sleeve shirt of the same color, with a stylized red symbol across the chest, reminiscent of ancient Japanese characters. A simple black mask that conceals my identity, though with my abilities, disguise feels almost redundant. Who would connect the reformed delinquent Megumi Fushiguro with the hero who can slice buildings in half? Especially in a world where they don't connect Eve and Nolan to Atom Eve and Omni-Man. The bank comes into view, a neoclassical structure with wide stone steps leading to its main entrance. Police cruisers form a perimeter, their lights painting the scene in alternating red and blue. Officers crouch behind vehicle doors, weapons drawn. I circle to the rear of the building, noting security cameras and alarm systems with practiced ease. A service entrance provides the access point I need. The electronic lock is no obstacle. A precisely controlled application of dismantle separates the internal mechanism without triggering failsafes. Inside, I move through the darkened back offices, senses heightened by cursed energy. I can hear voices from the main floor, agitated, threatening. 4 distinct male voices, 1 female. The latter sounds like a bank employee, likely being forced to access the vault. I tap my communicator twice, sending a silent signal to Rex and Eve that I'm in position. A single vibration in response confirms they're ready at the front. Peering through a doorway, I assess the situation. 4 armed men, wearing tactical gear and ski masks. 2 guarding hostages. Approximately 12 civilians kneeling with hands behind their heads. 1 watching the front entrance. The 4th escorting the female employee toward the vault. The leader, distinguishable by his more authoritative posture and the way the others defer to his gestures, speaks into a radio. Perimeter secure. We have 5 minutes before SWAT mobilizes. Get the vault open. I note their weapons, semi-automatic rifles, military grade. Their movements suggest training, possibly ex-military or mercenaries. This is no ordinary bank robbery. The precision, the timing, the equipment, all indicate a professional operation. My communicator vibrates 3 times, the signal for synchronized action. I step from the shadows, channeling cursed energy through my body. I suggest you reconsider your timeline, I say, my voice carrying across the marble floor with unnatural clarity. The effect is immediate. All 4 men swing their weapons toward me, the leader barking orders. Take him down. The first burst of gunfire erupts, bullets streaking toward me with lethal intent. I don't move. Instead, I channel cursed energy into a barrier just inches from my skin, not enough to be visible, but sufficient to deflect the projectiles. I'd rather not have holes in my clothes. The bullets drop harmlessly to the floor around me, their momentum nullified by the energy field. The robbers' eyes widen behind their masks. Before they can adjust their strategy, I extend my hand. Dismantle. A wave of invisible force slices through their weapons, cutting each rifle neatly in half. The severed barrels clatter to the floor, rendering the firearms useless. In the same moment, the front doors burst open. Eve enters in a swirl of pink energy, immediately creating a barrier between the hostages and the now disarmed robbers. Rex follows, hands glowing with potential explosive energy. It's over, I state simply, walking forward with measured steps. Surrender now. 3 of the robbers raise their hands, recognizing the futility of resistance. But the leader reaches for a secondary weapon, a pistol holstered at his ankle. Before he can bring it to bear, I'm beside him, moving with cursed energy-enhanced speed. My hand closes around his wrist, applying precisely calculated pressure to the nerve cluster there. The gun falls from suddenly numb fingers. I said, "It's over." Something in my tone, perhaps an echo of my true authority, makes him freeze. He looks into my eyes, and I see the moment fear overcomes his training. "Okay," he says, raising his hands slowly. "Okay." Eve secures the hostages, creating a safe passage for them to exit the building. Rex handles the 3 subordinates, binding their hands with zip ties from his utility belt. I maintain my grip on the leader, studying him more closely. There's something familiar about his tactics, about the operation itself. This wasn't just about money, I say, not a question but an observation. A flicker of surprise crosses what little I can see of his face. You were after something specific in the vault. Something worth risking a high-profile robbery with hostages. He says nothing, but his pulse quickens under my fingers. The quantum storage device stolen from the museum 2 months ago, I continue, connecting dots that have been nagging at me since I entered. That was your team as well, wasn't it? Different masks, same tactical approach. His eyes widen slightly, confirmation enough. Whatever you're collecting these components for, it ends tonight. I release his wrist, stepping back as police officers enter to take custody of the suspects. Rex approaches, eyeing the leader with interest. "You got something out of him?" "Just confirmation of a theory," I reply. "These aren't ordinary bank robbers. They're collecting specific technological components. The museum heist, now this. They're building something." Rex's expression sharpens. "Building what?" "That's what we need to find out." Eve joins us as the last of the hostages are escorted outside. Everyone's safe. No injuries. She glances at the neatly severed weapons on the floor. "Clean work as usual, Sukuna." I nod in acknowledgement. We should investigate what they were after in the vault. This bank handles secure storage for several research facilities in the area. "Already on it," Rex says, moving toward the vault where police technicians are examining the door. "I've got contacts at the police department who can get us inventory lists." As Rex coordinates with the authorities, Eve moves closer to me, speaking quietly. "You handled that perfectly. No excessive force, no collateral damage. Just clean, efficient neutralization of the threat. That's the objective, isn't it?" I respond, watching as the robbers are led away in handcuffs. "For some," she says with a slight smile. "Others get caught up in the theatrics, the spectacle of heroism." I understand her meaning. In the weeks I've worked with the teen team, I've observed the different approaches to heroics. Rex craves attention, making each intervention as flashy as possible. Mark, Invincible, is still finding his balance, sometimes using excessive force out of inexperience. Eve herself is practical but compassionate, always prioritizing civilian safety over apprehending criminals. My approach is different: clinical, precise, economical. I use exactly as much force as needed, no more, no less. It's earned me a reputation among the team and, increasingly, among the criminal elements we encounter. The spectacle serves no purpose, I say. Results are what matter. Spoken like a true strategist, she replies, but there's warmth in her voice rather than criticism. Our conversation is interrupted as Rex rejoins us, his expression serious. "Just got word from the bank manager. They were trying to access a secure container belonging to Quantum Dynamics, the same research facility that had the explosion a few months back." "What was in the container?" I ask, already suspecting the answer. "Technical specifications for something called a harmonic resonance amplifier. Apparently, it's the theoretical design that would make the quantum device from the museum actually functional." The pieces click into place. They're collecting components for a weapon. Or a power source, Eve suggests. Quantum harmonics could potentially generate enormous energy if properly channeled. Either way, we need to identify who's behind this, I say, my mind already mapping potential connections. These aren't random crimes. There's a pattern, a purpose. Rex nods, for once in complete agreement. I'll run the leader's biometrics through our database, see if we get any hits. Ray can analyze the tactical patterns, maybe find matches with known mercenary groups. We should also secure any remaining components, Eve adds. If they need multiple pieces to complete whatever they're building, we can predict their next target. As we exit the bank, the night air cool against my face, I find myself satisfied with the evening's work. Not just the prevention of a robbery, but the discovery of a larger pattern. A puzzle to solve, a threat to neutralize before it fully materializes. I've been bored after all. If it were the me from before, I would have been slaughtering a village or taken a beautiful woman to bed, or would have eaten some of Eurom's cooked humans, or all three. But now things are different. I don't exactly blame myself for my previous actions. I may feel some guilt and remorse occasionally, but that part of my life, that isn't the current me. I didn't have my current knowledge, my current understanding, and blaming myself is redundant. I still, after all, wish to experience as much pleasure as possible. I am not going to ruin that for myself by wallowing in misery. Besides this, I am still busy establishing myself within the hero community, building alliances, gathering intelligence. All preparation for the coming crisis. Because I know what the others don't. Nolan Grayson is planning to eliminate the Guardians of the Globe. And I need to prevent that. I just hope that those Flaxons invade soon to grant me the opportunity to fight him. Forgoing the necessity of subduing him, I am excited to fight a being of his power. I didn't get my chance to fight against Satoru Gojo before all this went down. Omni-Man will have to do. The media soon arrived. Cameras and microphones thrust toward us as we emerged. Rex immediately stepped forward, assuming his practiced hero pose. Eve stood slightly behind him, professional but less eager for the spotlight. I remain in the background, observing. Let Rex have his moment with the press. My goals don't require public adulation. Rex exploded. Can you tell us what happened inside? The situation is under control, Rex announces with practiced authority. The teen team responded to an armed robbery in progress and successfully neutralized the threat without casualties. All hostages are safe, and the perpetrators are in police custody. Was Invincible involved in this operation? Another reporter calls out. Invincible was handling another incident elsewhere in the city, Rex explains. The teen team operates as a coordinated unit, deploying members as needed to address multiple situations simultaneously. A woman pushes to the front, microphone extended. We've been hearing about a new member on your team. Is that him? She points toward me. Rex hesitates momentarily, unused to sharing the spotlight. Yes, that's Sukuna. He's been a valuable addition to our team. The reporters immediately redirect their attention, cameras swiveling toward me. I remain still, allowing the scrutiny but offering nothing in return. Sukuna, can you tell us about your powers? What does your name mean? Where did you come from? I step forward just enough to be clearly heard, but not enough to suggest eagerness for attention. I'm here to help maintain order and protect civilians, I state simply. That's all that matters. My brevity seems to intrigue them further, but Eve smoothly intervenes. We need to complete our official report with the authorities. Thank you for your time. She creates a subtle energy barrier, not forceful but clear enough to indicate the interview is over. We move away from the press, toward a side street where we can depart discreetly. Not one for publicity, are you? Rex remarks as we walk. It serves no tactical purpose, I reply. He laughs. Maybe not, but it builds public trust. Makes the job easier when people are on your side. I'll leave that aspect to you, I say without sarcasm. You're better suited to it. The compliment, simple as it is, seems to please him. Over the weeks, I've learned that Rex responds well to acknowledgement of his strengths, making him more receptive to collaboration. We should meet at headquarters to debrief, Eve suggests. This connection between the museum heist and tonight's robbery could be significant. Agreed, Rex says. I'll contact Ray and Kate. Mark II, once he's finished uptown. We separate to make our way to headquarters individually, standard protocol to avoid drawing attention to our base location. I take to the rooftops again, moving with enhanced speed across the urban landscape. As I travel, I reflect on my progress. The teen team has accepted me more readily than I anticipated, even Rex, who initially viewed me with annoyance. My abilities have proven valuable in multiple operations, establishing my credibility without revealing my full capabilities. More importantly, I've gained access to intelligence networks and monitoring systems that track superhuman activities across the city. Through these, I've been able to keep closer tabs on the Guardians of the Globe and, by extension, on Nolan's movements. So far, he hasn't made his move against them. But the signs are there, subtle patterns in his behavior, changes in his patrol schedule, increased interest in Guardian activities. He's preparing, just as I am. The question is, who will act first? I arrive at headquarters to find Ray already at the main computer terminal, analyzing data from the bank robbery. Kate is creating multiple copies of herself to simultaneously organize evidence, prepare refreshments, and set up the briefing area. Sukuna, Ray greets me without looking away from her screens. Fascinating work with those weapons. The molecular separation was even cleaner than your previous applications. Are you refining your technique? Constant improvement is necessary, I reply, moving to observe his analysis. Indeed, she mutters, adjusting her glasses. I've been comparing the tactical patterns from tonight with the museum incident. The similarities are statistically significant, 95.7% correlation in movement patterns, communication protocols, and equipment specifications. Same team, different mission, I confirm. But working for whom? Kate, one of her copies at least, asks as she sets down a tray of energy drinks. Mercenaries this well-equipped don't come cheap. I have some theories, I say, just as Rex and Eve arrive together. Let's hear them, Rex says, grabbing an energy drink and dropping into his chair at the central table. I move to the digital display board, activating it with a touch. Based on the components they've targeted, we're looking at someone with advanced scientific knowledge, specifically in quantum physics and energy amplification. I pull up images of the stolen device and the technical specifications they attempted to take tonight. These aren't random high-value items. They're specific components that, when combined, could theoretically create a quantum energy source of unprecedented power. A power source for what? Kate asks. That's the question, I acknowledge. But the list of individuals with both the scientific knowledge to understand these components and the resources to hire military-grade mercenaries is relatively small. I bring up profiles of several potential suspects: corporate CEOs, rogue scientists, known technological arms dealers. My primary suspect is this man. I highlight one profile: Dr. Thaddeus Wexler, former quantum physicist for the Department of Defense, dismissed 5 years ago for ethical violations involving unauthorized experiments in energy weapons development. Ray leans forward, interest piqued. I've read his papers on harmonic resonance. Brilliant but deeply unethical in his methodologies. After his dismissal, he disappeared from public view, I continue. But financial records show he maintained connections with several private military contractors. And 3 months ago, he made a significant withdrawal from an offshore account, approximately the amount needed to hire a specialized tactical team. How did you access those financial records? Rex asks, suspicious. I have my methods, I reply simply, not elaborating on the fact that I'd utilized a combination of my own learning ability on hacking and some strategic persuasion of a banking official. The timing aligns with the museum heist, Eve notes, studying the timeline I've displayed. And Wexler would certainly have the knowledge to utilize these components. But what's his endgame? Rex asks. What's he building? Based on his previous research, I explain, I believe he's attempting to create a quantum destabilizer, a device capable of disrupting the molecular cohesion of matter at a fundamental level. The implications hang in the air, understood by all present. A weapon that could disintegrate buildings, Kate says quietly. Or people. Precisely, I confirm. And if my analysis is correct, they still need one more component to complete it, a quantum synchronization module. Only 3 exist in the country, all under heavy security. Where? Rex demands. I bring up a map with 3 locations highlighted. LexCorp Research Division in Metropolis, Stark Industries Advanced Physics Lab in New York, and the Global Defense Agency Science Division, right here in our city, Eve finishes, recognizing the implications immediately. The GDA facility is the most logical target, I confirm. Closer proximity means less risk during transport of the stolen component. And their security, while formidable, lacks the superhuman elements of the other locations. Rex stands, energy drink forgotten. We need to alert the GDA. Set up surveillance on the facility. Already done, I say, earning surprised looks from the others. I sent an encrypted warning to their security division while en route to headquarters, highlighting the potential threat and suggesting enhanced protocols. Rex looks momentarily annoyed at being preempted, then nods grudgingly. Good call. But we should still establish our own monitoring. If Wexler's team makes a move, we need to be ready. Agreed, I say. I suggest rotating surveillance shifts, 2-person teams to maintain coverage without depleting our response capability for other incidents. The planning continues for another hour, schedules arranged. contingencies discussed, intelligence shared. Throughout it all, I maintain my role as strategic advisor, offering insights while carefully avoiding revealing too much about my methods. As the meeting concludes, Mark finally arrives, still in his invincible costume, looking tired but satisfied. Tanker truck accident uptown, he explains, dropping into a chair. Potential chemical spill. Got it contained, no civilians exposed. He looks around at our serious expressions. What did I miss? Eve brings him up to speed on the bank robbery and our subsequent investigation, while I observe his reactions. Mark has grown noticeably in the weeks since his powers manifested, more confident in his abilities, more comfortable in his role as a hero. But there's still an innocence to him, an optimism that will be shattered when his father reveals his true nature. So we're talking about a quantum weapon that could potentially disintegrate matter? Mark summarizes. That sounds bad. Very bad, Rex confirms. Which is why we're setting up surveillance on the GDA facility. You're on the rotation with Kate tomorrow night. Mark nods, accepting the assignment without complaint. Should we inform the Guardians about this? It seems like something they might want to know about. The question creates a momentary pause. The teen team, while respected, operates largely independently from the more established Guardians of the globe. Coordination between the groups is limited, often hampered by Rex's competitive attitude toward the senior heroes. I've included the potential threat in my report to the GDA, I say before Rex can respond with his usual dismissal. They'll determine whether to brief the Guardians based on their threat assessment protocols. This diplomatic answer satisfies Mark while allowing Rex to maintain his perceived autonomy. It's a delicate balance, managing the team dynamics while advancing my own agenda. As the meeting breaks up, Eve approaches me. That was impressive work tonight, she says quietly. Both the bank intervention and the investigation afterward. You've got a mind for connecting dots that others miss. Pattern recognition, I say modestly. It's just a matter of seeing the relationships between seemingly unrelated events. She studies me for a moment. You know, when you first suggested Sukuna as your hero name, I was curious about the choice. Driving out evil spirits is fitting, but there's something more to it, isn't there? Something personal. Her perception is uncomfortably sharp. Names have power, I say carefully. They connect us to our nature, our purpose. And what's your purpose, Sukuna? She asks, her tone light but her eyes searching. I offer a small smile. For now, preventing quantum weapons from falling into the wrong hands. She accepts the deflection with grace. Well, whatever your deeper motivations, I'm glad you're with us. The team is stronger with you on it. Her words carry genuine warmth, and I find myself appreciating her support more than I might have expected. Eve has become not just an ally in my strategic planning, but something closer to a friend, a concept that would have been foreign to me in my days as the King of Curses. Especially as she is a woman. I may have respected some female sorcerers simply because of their capabilities with cursed energy, Kenjaku and Urom being primary ones. But the normal ones, I looked down on them even more than men since they were simply biologically less meant for battle. Past me would have fought with Eve, forced her into her true savage potential, and then later either turned her into a plaything or ate her. The thought of me doing such things to her now makes my heart feel constricted. Thank you, I reply simply. The sentiment is mutual. We part ways, each heading home via different routes, another security protocol to maintain our civilian identities. As I traverse the city one final time, moving through shadows with cursed energy enhancing my speed and agility, I reflect on the evening's developments. The quantum weapon investigation provides a useful focus for the team, keeping them engaged and building their trust in my analytical abilities. Somewhere, after all, in this city, a rogue scientist assembles a weapon of potentially devastating power. But it's merely a subplot in the larger drama unfolding. Nolan is watching, waiting for his moment to strike against the Guardians. I am watching him in turn, preparing for the aftermath of his betrayal. All pieces on a board, moving toward an inevitable collision. As I approach my apartment building, I detect a presence on the roof, a figure waiting in stillness that suggests superhuman patience. I change direction, ascending the fire escape with silent efficiency. Nolan Grayson stands at the edge of the roof, his white cape billowing slightly in the night breeze. He turns as I emerge onto the rooftop, his expression unreadable in the moonlight. Megumi, he greets me, using my civilian name despite my costumed appearance. Or should I say, Sukuna? An interesting choice of alias. I remove my mask, recognizing the futility of maintaining pretenses. Mr. Grayson, this is unexpected. Is it? He asks, stepping closer. I've been following your activities with interest. Your name particularly caught my attention. The Japanese folklore figure, the double-faced specter, if I'm not mistaken. An unusual choice for a hero. His knowledge surprises me slightly. Few in this country would recognize the deeper meaning behind the name. The last kanji in my name means to drive out evil spirits, I explain, offering the same partial truth I'd given the team. It seemed appropriate. And yet in the original tales, Sukuna was himself a demon, Nolan observes. A being of great power who could be both destroyer and protector, depending on circumstance. The duality is intriguing. I meet his gaze steadily. Most powerful entities contain such dualities, wouldn't you agree? A subtle smile touches his lips. Indeed. Which is why I wanted to speak with you directly, without the complications of our respective teams. About the future, he says simply. And your place in it. The weight of his words hangs between us. Is this the moment? Is he about to reveal his true nature, to attempt to recruit me before making his move against the Guardians? I'm listening, I say, maintaining a calm exterior despite the tension coiling within me. Nolan studies me for a long moment, his eyes reflecting the city lights. You're not like the others, he says finally. Not just in power, but in perspective. You see beyond the immediate, calculate the long game. It's a rare quality. Experience teaches caution, I reply. Indeed. He turns slightly, looking out over the city again. The world is changing, Megumi. Forces are in motion that will reshape the existing order. When that happens, choices will need to be made. What kind of choices? His gaze returns to me, penetrating and assessing. About allegiance. About survival. About which side of history you wish to stand on. The implication is clear, though carefully veiled. He's testing the waters, gauging my potential receptiveness to his true agenda. I've always believed in backing the winning side, I say, deliberately ambiguous. Provided it aligns with my interests. A smile touches his lips. Approval, perhaps, or satisfaction at confirming a suspicion. A pragmatic approach, he notes. One that has served many well throughout history. He steps closer, his presence commanding the space between us. I see great potential in you, Megumi. Potential that could be fully realized with the right mentorship. Are you offering such mentorship? I ask directly. Perhaps, he says. In time. For now, I simply wanted to establish a direct line of communication. Events may unfold rapidly in the coming days. It would be beneficial for us to understand each other. I consider my response carefully. This conversation is a dangerous balancing act, revealing enough interest to keep Nolan engaged while not committing to anything that might compromise my position later. I appreciate directness, I tell him. And I'm always open to expanding my understanding of the larger picture. He nods, seemingly satisfied with this answer. Good. We'll speak again soon. He turns to leave, then pauses. One more thing. The quantum weapon your team is investigating. It's more dangerous than you realize. If successfully deployed, it could destabilize matter at atomic level across a significant radius. This new information sharpens my attention. You have intelligence on Wexler's project? Let's just say I've encountered similar technology before, Nolan replies cryptically. It's not something that should exist on this planet. I trust you'll ensure it doesn't. With that, he launches into the air with the effortless power of a Viltrumite, disappearing into the night sky in seconds. I remain on the rooftop, processing the interaction. Nolan's visit serves multiple purposes: assessing my potential as an ally, establishing a connection independent of Mark or the team, and providing information about the quantum weapon that simultaneously aids me while demonstrating his superior knowledge. It's a calculated approach, designed to position him as a potential mentor figure while subtly testing my loyalty parameters. More importantly, it confirms my suspicion: he's preparing to make his move against the Guardians soon. This conversation is part of his preparation, identifying potential allies or threats in the aftermath. I enter my apartment through the window, moving silently to avoid waking Uncle Kenji. As I remove my costume and store it in its secure hiding place, I consider my next steps. The quantum weapon investigation must continue, both because the threat is real and because it provides cover for my preparations. But now I must accelerate my monitoring of the Guardians, perhaps find a way to warn them without revealing too much. And I need to prepare Mark for what's coming, though he won't believe the truth about his father until forced to confront it directly. As I lie in bed, sleep elusive despite the night's exertions, I reflect on the irony of my situation. In using the name Sukuna, I've placed my true identity in plain sight, hidden behind a veil of apparent heroism. The double-faced specter indeed, playing the role of protector while harboring the soul of one of the greatest evils. Yet perhaps this duality serves a purpose beyond mere irony. Perhaps in this new life, I can embody both aspects of the myth made about me: the destroyer when necessary, the protector when possible. I was worshipped as a god once, for my presence banished curses from my territory, causing the people in it to prosper so long as they bestowed upon me food, women, sacrifices, and entertainment. It is one of the reasons I was bestowed the title Ryuman Sukuna, my own given name long since forgotten even by myself. If I was even bestowed a name, that is. My mother always hated me, an unwanted wretch I was, as she was the womb that begot a demon child. What is the point of these useless thoughts? I mutter to myself as I run my hand down upon my face. I should just sleep, I need my rest, there is much to still do. Eve's POV, the molecular structure of obsession, isn't so different from that of water. Both appear transparent at first glance. Both can sustain life or destroy it, depending on their application. Both can change states, from liquid calm to frozen stillness to vapor that permeates everything, invisible yet omnipresent. God, I'm even thinking in scientific metaphors now. That's what happens when you spend 16 hours a day in a basement lab with nothing but quantum equations for company. I've been studying obsession lately. Not academically, though I could totally frame it that way if anyone asked, but as personal research. Self-observation, you might say. A phenomenon I never expected to experience firsthand. My lab has become my sanctuary over the past weeks. The familiar equipment, the meticulously organized samples, the data charts covering the walls, they provide a comforting structure to my increasingly chaotic thoughts. Tonight, I sit before my primary workstation, supposedly analyzing energy readings from our latest encounter with Wexler's mercenaries. But my attention keeps drifting to the secondary monitor, where a different kind of data streams in real time. Megumi is on patrol tonight. Alone. I designed the tracking system myself, a network of nanoscale transmitters incorporated into our team communicators. For safety purposes, I explained when I introduced the technology, so we can locate each other in emergencies. Everyone agreed it was sensible, practical. No one questioned why the trackers also monitor vital signs, or why the data feeds directly to my private terminal. Honestly, people will accept any invasion of privacy if you wrap it in enough technical jargon and a veneer of practicality. It's almost disappointing how easy it was. The glowing dot representing Megumi moves methodically across the city grid, his vital signs stable, his movements purposeful. Watching him like this brings a sense of security? No, that's not right. Satisfaction. Knowledge is control, after all. And I need to know he's safe. I minimize the tracking window as my phone buzzes with a text from Mark. Hey Eve, you coming to training tomorrow? Rex wants to run that new tactical formation. My fingers hover over the keyboard. Mark. Always Mark. It's not that I dislike him. He's earnest and good-hearted, if somewhat naive. But lately, I found myself cataloging the hours Megumi spends with him versus the hours he spends with me. The data is unsatisfactory. I'll be there, I reply, keeping it brief. Working on something important right now. I return to the energy analysis, trying to focus on the actual work at hand. The readings from Megumi's Sukuna's energy output during our last mission show patterns I still can't fully explain with conventional physics. The energy itself defies classification, not electromagnetic, not nuclear, not any known fundamental force. It's beautiful in its complexity. Like him. Ugh, listen to me. That's embarrassingly poetic for a scientist. Maybe I should get more sleep. Or less. I'm not sure which would help at this point. My mind drifts back to that day in the museum, when I froze. When panic paralyzed me while civilians were in danger. When Megumi acted with decisive clarity, his movements precise and controlled while I stood helpless. I've replayed that moment countless times in my mind. The shame of my failure. The awe at his capability. The realization that he saw me at my weakest and didn't judge me for it. No one has ever seen me fail like that and still valued me afterward. Not my parents with their relentless academic expectations. Not my best friend in middle school who exposed my powers the moment I trusted her. Not even the teen team, who only see Atom Eve, never the scared girl beneath the molecules. But he saw. And he stayed. The tracking dot changes direction suddenly, moving with increased speed toward the financial district. Something's happening. I switch screens, accessing the police band frequencies. Armed suspects at Quantum Dynamics corporate headquarters. Security breach in progress, requesting immediate backup. Quantum Dynamics. The same company targeted in the previous incidents. This must be Wexler's team making their move for the final component. Protocol dictates I should alert the entire team. Instead, my finger hovers over the individual communication channel. Just to Megumi. He's already responding, already closest to the scene. We could handle this together. Just the two of us. Oh my God, Eve, get a grip. The mission is too important for your weird. Whatever this is. I hesitate, then reluctantly activate the team-wide alert. Quantum Dynamics under attack, I transmit. Likely Wexler's team after the synchronization module. Sukuna already en route. Converge on location. I grab my jacket and head for the stairs, my molecules already rearranging beneath my clothing to form my costume. By the time I reach the back door, Atom Eve is ready to take flight. The night air rushes past as I soar toward the financial district, pink energy propelling me forward. The rational part of my brain focuses on tactical considerations, entry points, potential hostage situations, containment strategies. But beneath that professional analysis runs a different current of thought. I'll see him soon. I'll fight alongside him. He'll see my competence this time, not my failure. I sound like a teenager with a crush. Except normal crushes don't involve detailed surveillance systems and molecular-level analysis of the subject's biological responses. This is something else. Something I don't have a scientific classification for yet. I arrive at Quantum Dynamics to find chaos. The sleek corporate headquarters is partially damaged, a section of the eastern wall blown open. Police have established a perimeter but are maintaining distance, smart, given the presumed capabilities of Wexler's technology. Megumi Sukuna in his hero persona is already there, a dark figure moving with lethal grace through the shadows near the breach. I descend to join him, creating a small platform of energy beneath my feet to hover just above the ground. Situation? I ask, keeping my voice professionally detached despite the acceleration of my pulse at his proximity. Thank God for molecular control that lets me modulate my voice perfectly, hiding the ridiculous flutter in my chest. 6 armed operatives, military precision, advanced tech, he replies without looking away from the building, his voice carrying that distinctive calm authority. They've neutralized the security systems and have control of the main laboratory on the 5th floor. No confirmed hostages, but the night shift would have at least 3 researchers on duty. His analysis is flawless. As always. No wasted words. No unnecessary emotion. Just pure tactical efficiency. It's like watching a perfect chemical reaction unfold. Every element in its place. Nothing extraneous. The others are 3 minutes out, I inform him. Do we wait? Now he turns to me, his expression unreadable behind his mask. The longer we wait, the more likely they secure the module and escape. A slight pause. Your call. My call. He's deferring to me despite having seniority in this situation. The trust implicit in that gesture sends a warm current through my chest. It shouldn't mean this much to me, but it does. We go in, I decide. I'll create diversionary pressure at the main breach while you infiltrate through the ventilation system on the north side. If you can locate the hostages, prioritize their safety. I'll focus on containing the technology. He nods once, approving my strategy. Efficient. Let's move. We separate, each heading to our designated entry points. As I prepare to create a flashy display at the breach site, something to draw attention while Megumi slips in unnoticed, I find myself already calculating how to maximize our time alone before the rest of the team arrives. The thought brings me up short. This is a mission. Lives are at stake. The quantum technology in play could devastate the city if weaponized. My focus should be absolute. And yet, I create a brilliant surge of pink energy, directing it through the breach in a display that would make Rex proud in its theatricality. Shouts of alarm echo from inside as the mercenaries react to this new threat. Attention quantum dynamics intruders. I project my voice with energy manipulation, making it seem to come from multiple directions at once. You are surrounded by the team. Surrender the technology and release any hostages. The response is immediate. Gunfire erupts from the breach, bullets dissolving harmlessly against my molecular shield. I return fire with precise energy blasts, careful to disable rather than harm. Through our communicator link, I hear Megumi's steady breathing as he navigates the ventilation system. The sound is oddly intimate in my ear, and I find myself synchronizing my own breathing to his rhythm. In, out. In, out. Our molecules exchanging oxygen and carbon dioxide in perfect tandem, separated by distance but connected by technology. In position, he murmurs after a minute. 3 hostages confirmed, bound but unharmed. 6 operatives, heavily armed. The module is being removed from its housing now. Can you secure the hostages without being detected? I ask. Yes. His voice carries absolute certainty, but I'll need a more significant distraction to extract them safely. Understood. On my mark. I gather energy, preparing for a more aggressive entry. My molecules sing with potential energy, eager to be unleashed. 3, 2, 1. Mark. I unleash a controlled explosion of energy that blows the damaged wall section inward, creating a storm of debris and pink light. Simultaneously, I hear Megumi moving through the comms, the soft sound of his technique dismantle barely audible as he presumably cuts through the hostages' restraints. The next few minutes are a blur of coordinated action. I engage the mercenaries directly, using my powers to create barriers, deflect weapons, and generally command their complete attention. Meanwhile, Megumi extracts the hostages with silent efficiency, getting them to safety before rejoining the fight. When he reappears, it's like watching a shadow gain substance. One moment the mercenaries are focused on me, the next they're falling to precisely applied strikes as Megumi moves among them with supernatural speed. Such tedious opposition, I hear him mutter under his breath as he disables 2 mercenaries with what appears to be minimal effort. There's something almost dismissive in his tone. Like a chess master annoyed by an amateur's predictable moves. The efficiency of our teamwork is exhilarating. We anticipate each other's movements without needing to communicate, creating openings for each other with practiced ease. It's like a dance where both partners instinctively know the next step. I've never experienced synchronicity like this with anyone else on the team. Not with Rex's ego always demanding center stage. Not with Kate's sometimes scattered focus. Certainly not with Mark's well-intentioned, but often clumsy approach. This is different. This is perfect. 5 of the 6 mercenaries are subdued within minutes. The 6th, clearly the leader, makes a break for the laboratory's far exit, clutching what must be the synchronization module. "I've got him," I call, moving to intercept. "No," Megumi counters, already in motion. "Secure these 5. I'll retrieve the module." He disappears through the doorway in pursuit before I can respond. Something tight and uncomfortable coils in my chest at being left behind, at being assigned the cleanup while he handles the critical component alone. Did I do something wrong? Was my performance inadequate? The questions spiral through my mind, unwelcome and intrusive. I push the feeling aside, focusing on restraining the subdued mercenaries with energy constructs. By the time Rex and Kate arrive moments later, I've secured the area and am examining the laboratory equipment for additional clues about Wexler's plans. Situation. Rex demands, always needing to reassert authority when he's not first on scene. God, his ego is exhausting sometimes. Hostages secure, 5 suspects contained, I report professionally. Sukuna is in pursuit of the 6th, who has the synchronization module. Rex scowls slightly at having missed the main action. We'll secure the perimeter. Where's Mark? Handling another incident uptown, Kate reminds him, her duplicates already moving to take custody of the mercenaries. My communicator activates. Module secured, Megumi's voice reports. Suspect subdued. East stairwell, 2nd floor. I'll go, I say immediately, moving toward the exit before Rex can volunteer. My molecules practically vibrate with eagerness to rejoin him. We've got this covered, Rex calls after me, but I'm already gone, flying down to the 2nd floor with perhaps more speed than strictly necessary. I find Megumi in the stairwell as reported, the unconscious mercenary leader at his feet and a small metallic device, the synchronization module in his hand. He stands untouched, not a hair out of place, exuding that effortless control that fascinates me so deeply. The mercenary, by contrast, looks like he's been through a natural disaster. Unconscious, clothing torn, a perfect demonstration of the gap between ordinary humans and whatever Megumi truly is. You handled him easily, I observe, unable to keep the admiration from my voice as I approach. He was unprepared for my capabilities, Megumi replies with a slight curl of his lip. These mercenaries overestimate themselves. The module is intact. I move closer, drawn to him like a molecule seeking its most stable bond. May I ask, gesturing to the device. He hands it to me, our fingers brushing momentarily. Even that fleeting contact sends a rush of data to my senses, his body temperature slightly elevated from exertion, his energy signature pulsing with controlled power, his molecular structure unlike anything I've ever analyzed. I examine the module, focusing on its construction to distract myself from my inappropriate fascination with his biometrics. The quantum entanglement matrix appears undamaged. This would have been the final component Wexler needed. With this secured, his weapon can't be completed, Megumi notes, his tone carrying that distinctive blend of confidence and dismissal. Unless he has another way to acquire one, I point out. Always consider alternative hypotheses. Basic scientific method. Unlikely. There are only 3 in existence, and the other 2 are now under heightened security after our warning. He adjusts his stance slightly, a subtle shift that somehow commands more space. Wexler lacks the resources to overcome such obstacles. I nod, studying the device. We should get this to Ray for analysis. She might give us insight into exactly what Wexler was planning. Agreed. He takes back the module, his movements precise and efficient as he secures it in a specialized compartment of his utility belt. Shall we join the others? We return to the main laboratory, where Rex is coordinating with police for the transfer of prisoners while Kate secures evidence. The efficiency of the cleanup operation allows us to depart within the hour, the module safely in our possession and Wexler's operation effectively dismantled. Back at headquarters, Ray practically vibrates with excitement as she examines the synchronization module, muttering technical specifications and theoretical applications while the rest of us debrief. Her enthusiasm for technology is endearing, if sometimes overwhelming. At least she appreciates the beauty of quantum mechanics. So that's it. Mark asks, having joined us after completing his own mission uptown. Wexler's plan is stopped. The immediate threat is neutralized, Megumi confirms, leaning against the wall with casual grace. But Wexler himself remains at large. We should celebrate anyway, Rex declares. Stopping a quantum weapon from being assembled counts as a win in my book. The suggestion of a team celebration would normally appeal to me, but tonight I find myself calculating how to create a more exclusive interaction. Just Megumi and me, discussing the implications of the technology without Rex's bombastic interruptions or Mark's well-meaning but simplistic questions. Before any celebrating, we should analyze the module thoroughly, I suggest. I can help Ray with the technical aspects. I'll assist as well, Megumi offers. There may be tactical insights to be gained from its design. Mark looks between us, something like suspicion flickering across his features. Since when are you two so interested in the technical details? Usually you leave that to Ray. My heart rate accelerates slightly. Is he noticing the pattern? The way I've been orchestrating situations to work more closely with Megumi? I need to be more careful. Professional development, I reply smoothly. Expanding my knowledge base. Mark doesn't look entirely convinced, but he shrugs. Well, while you three are geeking out over quantum tech, the rest of us will be at Krusty's Pizza celebrating like normal people. Join when you're done. We'll see, I say non-committally. The probability of me voluntarily cutting short time with Megumi to eat greasy pizza with Rex and Kate is approximately 0%, but no need to make that obvious. The team disperses, Rex, Kate, and Mark heading out for celebration while Ray, Megumi, and I remain with the module. It's exactly the arrangement I'd hoped for. Ray is so absorbed in the technology that she barely registers our presence, creating a functional privacy despite her physical presence. As Ray hunches over her workstation, muttering excitedly to herself, I move closer to Megumi. Your technique today was flawless, I observe quietly. The way you neutralized that mercenary leader without even exerting yourself, it was remarkable. He posed no significant challenge, he replies, something almost like boredom in his tone. Mercenaries rely too heavily on their weapons, neglecting to develop their own inherent capabilities. Still, I persist, the precision of your movements, the economy of force, it's fascinating from a scientific perspective. His eyes shift to me, a flicker of interest replacing the dismissal. And your barrier work has become more sophisticated. The way you contained the explosive force while still allowing visibility was impressive. The compliment sends a warm current through me, more satisfying than it should be. My cheeks heat slightly, and I'm grateful for the dim lighting of the lab. I've been experimenting with selective molecular permeability. Different vibrational frequencies allow I catch myself before launching into a full technical explanation. Sorry. I get carried away with the science sometimes. No need to apologize, he says, and I swear there's the faintest hint of amusement in his voice. Precision in understanding leads to precision in application. We fall into a comfortable silence, observing Ray's analysis while occasionally offering technical suggestions. After about an hour, she looks up as if suddenly remembering we're there. This will take all night, she announces, pushing her glasses up her nose. The quantum entanglement properties alone require extensive mapping. You two might as well join the others. I'm not particularly in a celebratory mood, Megumi says, his tone making it clear that pizza with the team ranks somewhere below dental surgery on his list of preferred activities. Neither am I add quickly, too quickly, but I am hungry. We could grab something more substantial than pizza. Megumi considers this for a moment, then nods. That would be acceptable. My pulse quickens at his agreement. A perfect experimental condition, just the two of us, away from the team's watchful eyes. There's a good Thai place a few blocks from here. Still open late. We leave Ray to her enthusiastic analysis, changing out of our costumes in the separate locker rooms before meeting at the exit in civilian clothes. The night air is cool as we walk, the streets relatively quiet at this late hour. You were thinking several moves ahead tonight, Megumi observes as we walk. The distraction, the hostage extraction plan, the containment strategy. All of it precisely calibrated. I've been studying your tactical approach, I admit. The efficiency of it appeals to me. That's an understatement. I've been analyzing his every move, creating spreadsheets of his tactical choices, looking for patterns I can incorporate into my own methodology. You've always been efficient, he counters. But lately there's been a different quality to your strategy. More comprehensive. Is he noticing the changes in me? The way my thinking has been evolving, becoming more focused on certain priorities? I'm not sure if this pleases or concerns me. I don't want to be transparent, but I do want him to see me. Really see me. I've been reconsidering my approach to problem solving, I say carefully. Looking at longer-term patterns rather than immediate solutions. He nods, seeming to approve. A valuable perspective. Most humans he pauses, correcting himself. Most people focus too narrowly on immediate outcomes. We reach the restaurant and are seated in a quiet corner booth. After ordering, I find myself studying him more openly than usual, cataloging the precise angle of his jawline, the way his eyes scan the room in a habitual security assessment, the controlled economy of his movements. I could watch him for hours. Days. The data set never stops being interesting. You're observing me, he notes without looking directly at me. Caught. I don't look away. Yes. May I ask why? I consider several possible answers, weighing their potential impact. The truth feels too revealing, too soon. Professional curiosity. Your physical capabilities exceed normal human parameters, yet you move with more natural fluidity than Mark, despite his Viltrumite genetics. Different energy source, different application, he explains, a hint of pride entering his voice. Mark's strength comes from his cellular structure. Mine comes from channeling and directing energy through existing pathways. Brute force versus refined technique. Like my molecular manipulation, I suggest, leaning forward slightly. The parallel between our abilities is something I've been considering extensively. We're more alike than different, fundamentally. Similar in concept, different in execution. He studies me with those intense eyes. Your control is exceptional for one so young. The compliment catches me off guard, sending a flush of pleasure through my system that's embarrassingly strong. I've had my abilities since childhood. Lots of practice. Our food arrives, temporarily pausing the conversation. As we eat, I find myself noting his preferences, the order in which he samples different dishes, which flavors he seems to favor, how he holds his chopsticks with precise control. Each detail gets filed away in my mental database, adding to my understanding of him. The team dynamic has shifted since you joined, I observe after a while. More focused, less chaotic. Rex still enjoys his theatrics, Megumi points out with the barest hint of amusement, though there's something dismissive in the way he says Rex's name. Yes, but even he's become more strategic. Your influence has been significant. Not just on the team, but on me specifically. He's changed how I think, how I approach problems, how I view the world. Like a catalyst in a chemical reaction, accelerating transformations without being consumed himself. He studies me for a moment. You've been the most receptive to tactical refinement. The others follow your lead more than they realize. The observation pleases me more than it should. The idea that he's noticed my influence, that he sees me as distinct from the others, it feeds something hungry inside me. Something that's been starved for recognition, for connection, for someone who truly sees. We work well together, I say, the understatement deliberate. We do, he agrees. Our capabilities complement each other effectively. Unlike some partnerships where abilities merely exist in parallel, ours enhance each other. I want to pursue this line of conversation further, to explore the unique connection I feel forming between us, but his communicator buzzes. He checks it with a slight frown. Mark, he explains, and I swear there's a note of irritation in his voice. Wondering if we're joining them at Krusty's. Something cold and sharp twists inside me. Mark. Always Mark, inserting himself between us. Always wanting Megumi's attention, his time, his friendship. As if he doesn't already have everything else: loving parents, innate powers, universal popularity. Are we? I ask, keeping my tone neutral despite the sudden tension in my body. Megumi considers for a moment. It would be the socially expected choice. But not your preference, I observe, reading his subtle expressions with increasing accuracy. I've been cataloging his micro-expressions, correlating them with context and outcomes. I'm getting better at predicting his responses. I find I prefer more substantive conversation, he admits, his eyes meeting mine with unexpected directness. The cold feeling dissolves, replaced by a warm satisfaction. As do I. He texts something brief in response to Mark, then puts his communicator away. I informed him we're otherwise engaged. Otherwise engaged. With me. Not with the team, not with Mark. The exclusivity of it sends a pleasant current through my system. It's a data point that supports my hypothesis. He values our interactions, seeks them out, chooses them over alternatives. We should discuss the Wexler situation further, I suggest, providing a professional justification for extending our time together. Even with the module secured, he remains a threat. Agreed. His resources are substantial, and his determination has been demonstrated repeatedly. Megumi leans forward slightly. Such persistence is almost admirable in its way. Misguided, but not without a certain resolve. We spend the next hour in deep conversation about potential next steps, contingency plans, and preventative measures. Throughout, I find myself noting how rarely I need to explain my reasoning to him, how quickly he grasps concepts that I would have to break down extensively for the others. It's exhilarating, this mental synchronicity. Like finding a perfect resonance frequency after years of discordant interactions. Like discovering a molecule that bonds perfectly with your own atomic structure, forming something stronger than either could be alone. When we finally leave the restaurant, it's past midnight. The streets are nearly empty, the city quiet under a canopy of stars partially obscured by light pollution. I'll walk you home, he offers, surprising me slightly with a conventional courtesy. That's not necessary, I say automatically, then immediately regret it. Stupid. More data collection opportunities. But I wouldn't object to the company. We walk in comfortable silence for several blocks. I'm acutely aware of his presence beside me, the precise distance between us as we move, the way other late-night pedestrians give him a slightly wider berth without seeming to realize they're doing it. His energy signature affects others subconsciously, another fascinating variable to study. You never explained the full meaning of your hero name, I say as we near my neighborhood. Sukuna. You mentioned the last kanji of your name means driving out evil spirits, but there's more to it, isn't there? He glances at me, something like appreciation in his expression. You've researched it. I research everything that interests me, I admit, perhaps revealing too much. But the slight widening of his eyes suggests he's pleased by my interest, not alarmed by it. Good. In Japanese folklore, Sukuna is a complex figure, he explains after a moment, his voice taking on a different quality, deeper, more resonant. Sometimes depicted as a two-faced specter, sometimes as a demon, sometimes as a protective deity. The duality appealed to me. The protector with the capacity for destruction, I observe. It suits you. Does it? There's a genuine question in his tone, but also something else, a hint of amusement, as if at a private joke. You contain multitudes, I say simply. I've seen your precision in combat, the calculated application of force. But I've also seen the restraint, the protection of innocence. The duality is compelling. We reach my house, stopping at the front gate. The porch light casts soft shadows across his features, highlighting the angular perfection of his face. I could study those shadows for hours, the interplay of light and dark, the way they emphasize the complexity of his features. Thank you for the conversation, he says. It was refreshing. We should do this again, I suggest, trying to keep the eagerness from my voice. There are other tactical matters we could discuss more efficiently without the full team present. He nods. A logical approach. Perhaps after the surveillance shift tomorrow. Perfect. The word comes out more intensely than I intended. I need to maintain better control. Can't let him see how much this means to me. Not yet. He studies me for a moment longer than necessary, something unreadable in his expression. Good night, Eve. Good night, Megumi. I watch him walk away, tracking his movement until he turns the corner and disappears from sight. Only then do I enter my house, moving silently through the darkened rooms to my basement laboratory. The tracking system shows me his progress home, the steady movement of the glowing across the city grid, his vital signs calm and regular. I watch until the dot stops at his apartment building, until his heart rate slows to the rhythm of sleep. Only then do I turn to my workbench, pulling out a special project I've been developing in private. A network of nanoscale sensors, more sophisticated than the trackers in our communicators. These can monitor not just location and vital signs, but proximity to others, conversation patterns, even rudimentary emotional indicators through biochemical analysis. For the team's safety, I'll tell them when I eventually implement this system. 4 tactical efficiency. 4 mission success rates. That's what I'll tell them, anyway. But as I calibrate the primary sensor, the one designed specifically to monitor Megumi, I acknowledge to myself that my motivations have become more complex than mere team safety. I need to know where he is at all times, who he's with, what he's doing, not just for tactical reasons, but because the thought of not knowing creates an uncomfortable hollow sensation in my chest. Like a chemical imbalance I can't correct, a molecular structure missing a crucial element. The rational part of my mind recognizes this as problematic, as a potential vulnerability in my psychological architecture, as something that could compromise my effectiveness if not properly managed. But another part, growing stronger each day, whispers that this is simply the natural evolution of my understanding. That Megumi represents something unique and valuable that must be studied, protected, preserved, kept. For it's just good science after all. The Flaxons came on a Tuesday. Not that the day of the week mattered to interdimensional invaders, but there was something especially offensive about violating the mundane middle of the workweek with their green-skinned, goggle-wearing troops and scuttling war machines. Mark Grayson was in English class when the first portal tore open above downtown, a swirling vortex of sickly green energy that belched forth legions of alien soldiers. By the time the school's emergency alert system began blaring, 3 more portals had opened across the city. "This is not a drill," crackled the principal's voice over the intercom. "All students are to proceed to designated shelter areas immediately." "This is not dash," the announcement cut off as the power failed, plunging the hallways into semi-darkness relieved only by emergency lighting. Mark was already moving, ducking into an empty classroom to change into his costume. His heart hammered in his chest, not from fear, but from a strange mix of excitement and dread. His first major crisis as Invincible. His chance to prove himself alongside the guardians of the globe. Across the school, in AP Chemistry, Eve was having similar thoughts. The moment the lights flickered, she'd excused herself with a hurried explanation about a bathroom emergency. Now, in a maintenance closet, she transformed her clothes into her Atom Eve costume, her mind already calculating the fastest route downtown. Neither of them noticed the third student making an equally hasty exit from the building, Megumi Fushiguro, slipping away with practiced stealth while chaos consumed the hallways. Unlike his superhero classmates, Megumi didn't bother with a costume change. There wasn't time. The moment he reached the school's rear exit, he leaped upward, cursed energy enhancing his muscles as he bounded from rooftop to rooftop toward the nearest portal. From his elevated vantage point, he could see the invasion unfolding across the city. The Flaxon strategy was immediately apparent. Multiple entry points, each one disgorging both troops and heavy artillery, creating widespread chaos that would divide Earth's defenders. A classic tactic. Effective, but unimaginative. Megumi's communicator buzzed against his wrist. Rex's voice came through, tense but controlled. "All team members, converge on the downtown portal. Guardians are handling the western and northern breaches. Invincible, respond if you're en route." "On my way," Mark's voice replied, slightly breathless. "Atom Eve here," Eve added. 3 minutes out. Megumi, Now Sukuna, in all but costume, considered his options. The downtown portal would be well covered with the team responding. The eastern portal, however, had no assigned defenders yet. "Sukuna here," he transmitted. "I'm redirecting to the eastern breach. No response teams visible from my position." "Negative," Rex countered immediately. "We stick together as a team. That's an order." Megumi didn't bother responding. He had already changed direction, bounding eastward across the city skyline. Rex's authority was a fiction he tolerated when convenient, nothing more. The eastern portal hovered above a commercial district, its sickly green light casting an alien pall over office buildings and shopping centers. Below it, chaos reigned as civilians fled screaming from advancing Flaxen troops. The aliens moved with eerie synchronization, their green skin contrasting with the metallic sheen of their armor and weapons. Megumi landed atop a parking garage overlooking the scene, quickly assessing the situation. Approximately 50 Flaxen soldiers, 3 larger mechanized units that resembled armored centipedes, and what appeared to be a command officer directing operations from a hovering platform. Pathetic. In my prime, I would have slaughtered them all with a single technique. But even now, this will hardly qualify as exercise. He extended his hand toward the nearest mechanized unit, which was cornering a group of civilians against a storefront. Dismantle. The invisible line of cursed energy sliced through the machine with surgical precision. For a moment, nothing seemed to happen. Then the alien construct split perfectly in half, both sections sliding apart before crashing to the ground in a shower of sparks and viscous fluid. The Flaxen troops froze, their goggled faces turning upward in unison to locate the source of the attack. Megumi stepped to the edge of the rooftop, allowing himself to be seen. No point in stealth now. These creatures needed to understand the nature of their mistake in coming here. "You chose the wrong planet to invade," he stated calmly, his voice carrying an authority that made several of the alien soldiers take involuntary steps backward. The command officer barked something in their chittering language, and the troops raised their weapons, elongated rifles that glowed with the same sickly green energy as the portal. Energy beams erupted toward Megumi's position. He didn't bother dodging. Instead, he channeled cursed energy throughout his body, creating a barrier just millimeters from his skin. The alien weapon's fire dissipated harmlessly against it. "Is that all?" he asked, his tone almost disappointed. Then he leaped from the rooftop, descending into the midst of the Flaxen forces with devastating precision. No wasted movement, no unnecessary flourish. Just the perfect application of force exactly where needed. Dismantle. A wide arc of cursed energy swept outward, adapting to the varying densities of Flaxen armor and flesh. 10 soldiers fell in that single motion, their bodies bisected with surgical precision. The others opened fire at point-blank range, a desperate fusillade that might have troubled a lesser opponent. Megumi moved through them like a shadow between raindrops, each step placing him exactly where no fire would land. When he reached the second mechanized unit, he didn't bother with dismantle or cleave. Instead, he simply drove his fist through its central control node, cursed energy enhancing his strength to the point where alien metal crumpled like tissue paper. The command officer was shouting now, its voice rising to a panicked pitch as it directed all remaining forces to focus fire on this single terrifying human. Megumi allowed himself a small smile. The expression would have chilled the blood of anyone who knew the being whose soul resided within him. It was the smile of a predator who had been denied proper hunting for far too long. Divine dogs. Shadow pooled at his feet, then erupted upward, forming into 2 massive canine shapes that lunged toward the Flaxen troops. The Shikigami tore through the alien ranks with savage efficiency, their shadowy forms immune to the energy weapons. As Megumi continued his methodical destruction of the invasion force, a familiar red and white blur streaked across the sky above Omni-Man, arriving to assess the situation. Nolan Grayson hovered briefly, observing the carnage below. His expression was unreadable as he watched Megumi dispatch the alien forces with effortless brutality. Then, without a word, he accelerated toward the portal itself, disappearing into its swirling depths. Interesting, Megumi thought, dismissing the divine dogs as the last of the ground forces fell. Nolan's response was atypical. Across the city, similar scenes were unfolding. The Guardians of the Globe had contained the western and northern breaches, while the teen team, minus their wayward member, battled the downtown invasion force. Mark, in his blue and yellow Invincible costume, was proving his worth, his Viltrumite strength allowing him to tear through flaxen war machines with his bare hands. Eve provided tactical support, using her molecular manipulation to create barriers protecting civilians and trapping alien soldiers. But it was at the southern portal where the most significant development occurred. There, the Immortal and Warwoman found themselves overwhelmed by a particularly large contingent of Flaxen elite guards, until a dark figure descended from above, unleashing waves of cursed energy that cleaved through the alien ranks like a scythe through wheat. "Sukuna," the Immortal acknowledged, his tone a mixture of relief and wariness. "I thought you were with the teen team." "I go where I'm needed," Megumi replied simply, flicking alien blood from his fingertips with a casual gesture. Warwoman studied him with professional assessment. "Rex mentioned you. Said you were powerful but undisciplined." "Rex," Megumi said, overestimates his own importance. Before the conversation could continue, their communicators crackled with an emergency broadcast from Cecil Stedman, head of the Global Defense Agency. "All heroes, be advised. Omni-Man has entered the Eastern Portal. Repeat, Omni-Man has entered the Flaxen Dimension. We have no communication capabilities across dimensions. Guardians, continue containment operations. Teen Team, assist with civilian evacuation." The Immortal frowned. "That's not protocol. We're supposed to repel the invasion, not pursue them home." "Perhaps Omni-Man sees an opportunity to end this permanently," Warwoman suggested. Megumi said nothing, but his mind was racing. Nolan's decision aligned with something he'd been sensing for weeks: a growing impatience, a barely restrained violence in the Viltrumite's demeanor. The spiritual miasma surrounding him had been thickening, visible to Megumi's soul perception as a dark cloud that clung to Nolan like a second skin. Bloodlust. Anticipation. The spiritual signature of a predator preparing to strike. "I'm going in after him," Megumi announced abruptly. The Immortal's head snapped toward him. "That's not your call to make. Cecil's orders were clear. I don't answer to Cecil," Megumi cut him off. "And Omni-Man shouldn't be in there alone." He didn't wait for a response, already moving toward the eastern sector of the city where Nolan had disappeared. As he traveled, he activated his private channel to Eve. "The Eastern Portal. Meet me there if you can break away." Her response came quickly, her voice tight with tension. "Why? What's happening?" "Omni-Man went through. I'm following." A pause. "That's not like him. He usually stays to protect the city." "Exactly." Another pause, longer this time. "Be careful, Megumi. Something feels wrong about all this." "You have no idea, but that's the plan." "I know. That's why I'm going." By the time Megumi reached the Eastern Portal, the area was largely secure. The Flaxen forces he decimated earlier lay scattered across the commercial district, their bodies and machines being cordoned off by GDA agents in hazmat suits. The portal itself still hung in the air, a swirling vortex of green energy that pulsed with otherworldly power. Beneath it, GDA technicians were setting up monitoring equipment, likely trying to determine how to close the breach. Megumi didn't hesitate. With a single powerful leap, he propelled himself upward toward the portal. He heard shouts from below, GDA agents ordering him to stop, but they were meaningless noise. The sensation of passing through the dimensional barrier was peculiar. A moment of disorientation, a feeling of being stretched and compressed simultaneously, then a sudden shift as gravity reasserted itself from a different direction. He landed in a crouch on what appeared to be a vast plaza of purple stone. Around him rose bizarre structures, buildings that defied Euclidean geometry, twisting spires that seemed to bend in impossible directions, all constructed from the same purple material. And everywhere, destruction. Bodies of Flaxens littered the plaza. Not dozens, but hundreds. Buildings had been sheared in half, streets cratered by impacts of tremendous force. In the distance, something massive burned, sending columns of oily black smoke into an amber sky. This wasn't a battle. It was a slaughter. Efficient, though tasteless. I would have savored it more. Sukuna thought to himself. Megumi tracked the path of destruction with his eyes, following it to a distant point where flashes of light and the sounds of continuing devastation indicated Omni-Man's current position. He bounded across the alien cityscape, covering ground with inhuman speed. As he traveled, he noted the strange temporal difference. His movements felt slightly different, as if the dimension itself had a different relationship with time. Interesting. This is just like he expected. It explained how the Flaxans could mount repeated invasions despite being repeatedly defeated. Time moved faster here. What might be years for them could be days on Earth. The trail of devastation led to what appeared to be a government complex, a massive structure surrounded by defensive fortifications, all now in ruins. At its center, a figure in white and red moved with blinding speed, tearing through ranks of increasingly desperate Flaxan defenders. Nolan Grayson, Omni-Man, Earth's greatest hero, was systematically dismantling an entire civilization. And he was enjoying it. Even from a distance, Megumi could see the smile on Nolan's face as he pulverized alien soldiers, the casual cruelty in the way he deliberately prolonged certain kills. This wasn't justice or even tactical necessity. This was a predator reveling in the hunt. I stand corrected. He is savoring it in his own way. The spiritual miasma surrounding Nolan had intensified, now visible to Megumi's enhanced perception as a churning aura of malevolence. Whatever restraint the Viltrumite maintained on Earth had been abandoned here in this alien dimension. Megumi approached steadily, dispatching the few Flaxan soldiers who attempted to intercept him with dismissive efficiency. He reached the central courtyard of the complex, just as Nolan finished dealing with what appeared to be the Flaxan High Command, a group of larger aliens with more elaborate armor and insignia. Or what remained of them, now scattered in pieces across the ornate purple stones. Megumi, Nolan acknowledged without turning, his hearing acute enough to detect Megumi's approach despite the chaos. I didn't expect company on this little excursion. Clearly, Megumi replied, his tone neutral as he surveyed the carnage. You've been thorough. Now Nolan did turn, and the expression on his face would have sent a chill through anyone else's soul. There was something primal in the Viltrumite's eyes, something ancient and terrible barely contained behind the veneer of civilization. Something that reminded Megumi of himself. They needed to learn, Nolan said, casually crushing the skull of a still-moving Flaxan underfoot. This is the 7th time they've invaded Earth in the past 10 years. Each time we repel them, each time they regroup and try again. The definition of insanity, wouldn't you say? And your solution is genocide? Megumi asked, still keeping his tone conversational, no judgment in it. Nolan laughed, the sound devoid of humor. Hardly genocide. I'm just making an impression. Time moves differently here. What's a few hours of violence to teach a lesson that will last them centuries? He gestured around at the devastation. Look at what one Viltrumite can do to their civilization in an afternoon. Do you think they'll be eager to invade Earth again after this? For a moment, neither spoke. The ruins of the Flaxan government complex smoldered around them. Purple stone cracked and blackened, alien bodies scattered like discarded toys across what had once been a grand plaza. In the distance, the wailing of survivors provided a macabre soundtrack to the devastation. Megumi studied Nolan with calculating eyes. The Viltrumite stood amid the carnage, his white costume spattered with alien blood, his cape billowing in the hot wind that carried the scent of burning flesh and melted metal. Despite hours of slaughter, he showed no signs of fatigue, only a terrible satisfaction. Effective, Megumi acknowledged, stepping over a fallen Flaxan soldier without sparing it a glance. But unnecessary. They were already retreating. Retreating to regroup, Nolan corrected, his eyes narrowing slightly. To plan their next invasion. I'm simply being efficient. That word. Efficient. The same quality Nolan had praised in Megumi's own approach to combat. The parallel was not lost on either of them. You're enjoying this, Megumi observed, taking a step closer. The destruction. The killing. Nolan's smile returned, colder now. And you don't? I've seen you fight, Sukuna. The precision, the control, yes, but also the satisfaction. You understand the pleasure of exercising power. I understand the necessity of power, Megumi countered. Not indulgence in it against the weak. Ironic coming from him, who seconds ago contemplated a more enjoyable way to commit this genocide. A flicker of something, annoyance? Respect? Crossed Nolan's face. You sound like the Guardians. All that power, all that potential, constrained by arbitrary moral codes. He turned away, launching himself into the air to smash through another flaxen structure, one that appeared to be some kind of communications array. The entire complex collapsed in a shower of purple debris and screaming aliens. When Nolan returned, landing with enough force to crack the stone beneath his feet, Megumi was waiting. "Why now?" he asked directly. "Why what?" Nolan replied, though his eyes suggested he understood the question perfectly. "Why this level of violence now? The Flaxens have invaded before. You've repelled them before. What's changed?" Nolan's expression hardened. "Perhaps I've simply grown tired of half measures." "No," Megumi said, taking another step forward. His cursed energy gathered around him, not aggressively, but ready. "It's more than that. I can see it." "See what, exactly?" Nolan's tone had taken on a dangerous edge. "The spiritual energy surrounding you. For months now, it's been building, a cloud of bloodlust and anticipation hanging over Earth like a storm about to break. Whatever you're planning, whatever you're preparing for, it's coming soon, isn't it?" For a long moment, Nolan was perfectly still, a stillness more threatening than any movement could have been. When he finally spoke, his voice was quiet but filled with a cold intensity that made the air between them seem to crystallize. "You see more than you should, Megumi Fushiguro. Or should I say, Sukuna." The name hung in the air between them, a challenge and a recognition of his dual face. Megumi didn't flinch. "We all have our true natures," he replied evenly. "The question is what we choose to do with them. So I'll ask again, Nolan Grayson, what are you planning to do with yours?" The silence that followed was broken by a distant explosion as another section of the Flaxen city collapsed. Around them, the few surviving aliens had fled, leaving the two powerful beings alone in the midst of apocalyptic destruction. "You speak of spiritual signatures," Nolan said, his tone shifting to something almost conversational as he casually crushed a piece of alien technology underfoot. "An unusual perspective. Not technological, not biological. Spiritual." His eyes narrowed, studying Megumi with new intensity. "You're human, yet you perceive what should be imperceptible to your kind without technological assistance. I was under the impression that only angels and demons possessed such natural sight." A hint of genuine curiosity entered his voice. "How is it that you can see such things? This ability to perceive spiritual energy. Is it connected to your other powers?" "There are forces beyond the physical," Megumi replied. "Beyond what your Viltrumite science can measure." Nolan's eyebrow raised slightly. "So you know of Viltrum?" "I know enough." Megumi took another step forward, his red aura intensifying. "I know you're not what you claim to be. Not Earth's protector. Something else." A calculating look crossed Nolan's face. "And yet you haven't shared these insights with your teammates. With the Guardians. With Cecil Stedman and his Global Defense Agency. Interesting choice." "I prefer to verify my observations directly," Megumi replied. "To understand the full scope of a situation before acting." "Efficient," Nolan noted again, that word like a recurring motif between them. "And cautious. Qualities I've come to appreciate in you." His eyes narrowed. "Which makes me wonder why you're confronting me now, in this dimension, away from potential allies." "Perhaps I'm offering you an opportunity," Megumi suggested, "to explain yourself before I draw my own conclusions." A laugh escaped Nolan, genuine this time, though tinged with something darker. "An opportunity? That's unexpected." He gestured at the devastation around them. Most would look at this and already have their conclusions firmly in place. "I'm not most," Megumi stated simply. "No," Nolan agreed, studying him with renewed intensity. "You're not. Which brings us back to my question. What are you, Sukuna? A human with powers that defy explanation, including this ability to perceive spiritual energy, something that has always been a limitation for my kind. The cursed energy around Megumi pulsed, briefly taking on shapes that resembled ancient, malevolent faces before settling back into a steady aura. I am what I am. Nothing more, nothing less. Evasive, Nolan observed. His tone sharpening after a moment of silence. Nolan spoke up once more. Fascinating, he murmured, his gaze still fixed on Megumi. A human who can perceive spiritual energy, a feat beyond even the most advanced Viltrumite technology. You truly are an anomaly. He paused, a calculating glint entering his eyes. But anomalies must be accounted for. And power such as yours must be controlled or destroyed. The pleasant facade dropped completely, replaced by the cold, ruthless demeanor of a Viltrumite warrior. The hand that wasn't bloodstained clenched into a fist, ready to strike. It seems our philosophical discussion has reached its end, Nolan said, his voice devoid of warmth. And since you refuse to see reason, I have no choice but to eliminate you as a threat. Megumi met his gaze, his own expression hardening. Cursed energy surged around him, his red aura burning brighter. The ground cracked further beneath their feet. You're right about one thing, Megumi suddenly said. I'm not like those heroes you speak of. Those well-meaning fools who believe in justice and compassion. He raised his hands, the air around them distorting with the force of his cursed energy. I don't care about Earth. I care about what's mine. And you've made the mistake of threatening it. Nolan smirked, a predatory glint in his eyes. Brave words for someone about to face a Viltrumite. Let's see if you can survive what comes next, Megumi said as his cursed energy became a storm. The two in an instant charged towards one another, clashing arms, a shockwave erupting from them that cratered the ground beneath them. The battle between king and conqueror has begun. The collision was cataclysmic. Fist met forearm with a shockwave that pulverized the ground beneath them, sending cracks radiating outward through the purple stone like lightning across the alien sky. For a fraction of a second, they remained locked in that position, Nolan's fist against Megumi's blocking arm, both slightly surprised at the other's power. Then physics reasserted itself, and the surrounding air rushed back to fill the vacuum created by their impact, generating a thunderclap that shattered what few intact windows remained in the vicinity. Impressive, Nolan acknowledged, genuine surprise flickering across his features. Few beings can withstand a direct strike from me. Megumi didn't waste breath on a response. Instead, he channeled cursed energy into his legs and pushed off, creating distance between them. Against a Viltrumite, close combat without proper preparation was suicide. Nolan's smile widened, predatory and eager. Running already? Tactical repositioning, Megumi corrected, his voice calm despite the throbbing in his arm where he'd blocked Nolan's strike. Even with cursed energy reinforcement, the impact had nearly shattered his bones. Nolan launched himself forward with blinding speed, closing the distance faster than any normal human could perceive. But Megumi wasn't normal. With cursed energy enhancing his reflexes, he could track the Viltrumite's movement, not perfectly, but enough to react. Dismantle. The cutting technique sliced through the air where Nolan had been a millisecond earlier. The Viltrumite appeared behind him, his speed overwhelming even Megumi's enhanced perception. Too slow, Nolan said, driving his fist toward Megumi's back. At the last possible instant, Megumi merged himself with a shadow, using a technique he'd refined from the 10 shadows. Nolan's fist passed through empty darkness as Megumi reappeared 10 meters away. Interesting trick, Nolan observed, already moving again. But you can't dodge forever. He was right. In terms of raw speed, the Viltrumite held an overwhelming advantage. Each exchange would bring Megumi closer to exhaustion, while Nolan remained fresh. He needed to change the parameters of the fight. As Nolan charged again, Megumi slammed his palm to the ground. Come forth, Nu. Shadow pooled beneath his hand, then erupted upward, forming into a massive bird-like creature with a monkey's face and a snake's tail. The Shikigami materialized just as Nolan reached them, forcing the Viltrumite to veer off course to avoid collision. What manner of creature is that? Nolan demanded, hovering above them, his expression a mixture of disgust and fascination. Instead of answering, Megumi commanded Nu to attack. The Shikigami released a deafening shriek as electricity crackled across its feathers, then discharged in a massive bolt aimed directly at the floating Viltrumite. Nolan dodged with casual ease, but his eyes widened slightly as the lightning scorched the air where he'd been hovering. Elemental manipulation as well? Your abilities are more diverse than I realized. Megumi didn't waste time on conversation. While Nu continued to discharge electricity, keeping Nolan at a distance, he prepared his next move. The cursed energy within him surged as he extended both hands toward the Shikigami. In a move that would have shocked any jujitsu sorcerer, Megumi grasped the lightning itself, cursed energy allowing him to physically manipulate the electrical discharge. The sensation was excruciating, even with his enhanced durability. Handling raw lightning sent waves of agony through his nervous system, but the tactical advantage was worth the pain. "What are you?" Nolan began, then fell silent as Megumi hurled the concentrated lightning bolt directly at him. This time, the Viltrumite couldn't dodge completely. The edge of the electrical discharge caught his left side, scorching his costume and eliciting a grunt of pain, the first sign that Nolan could be hurt. "That," Nolan said, his voice hardening, "actually stung." He accelerated downward with devastating force, aiming to eliminate the Shikigami first. Nu attempted to dodge, but Viltrumite's speed was too great. Nolan's fist connected with the creature's center mass, the impact so powerful it would have killed the Shikigami were it not for Sukuna at the last moment dispersing it, sending it back to shadow. Megumi had anticipated this, however. The moment Nolan committed to attacking Nu, he executed his real strategy. Dismantle, the conceptual cutting technique manifested as invisible lines of force extending outward from Megumi in all directions. Even Nolan, with his superhuman speed, couldn't avoid something that existed everywhere simultaneously within the technique's range. The Viltrumite's expression shifted from confidence to shock as dozens of cuts appeared across his body, none deep enough to be fatal to his Viltrumite physiology, but enough to draw blood and, more importantly, to demonstrate that he wasn't invulnerable. "Impossible," Nolan snarled, blood trickling from a particularly nasty cut across his cheek. "No human technique should be able to penetrate Viltrumite's skin." "I told you," Megumi replied, his voice steady, "there are forces beyond the physical." Nolan's eyes narrowed, reassessing the threat before him. Then, with a roar of fury, he charged directly at Megumi, moving so fast he became a blur even to enhanced perception. The impact was devastating. Despite Megumi's attempt to block with cursed energy reinforcement, Nolan's fist connected with his chest with enough force to shatter ribs and rupture internal organs. The blow sent him flying backward, crashing through several alien structures before coming to rest in a crater of his own, making nearly 100 meters away. Pain exploded through Megumi's consciousness, the kind of pain that would have killed an ordinary human instantly. Blood filled his mouth as he struggled to breathe through punctured lungs. But even as his vision darkened at the edges, he was already implementing his contingency. Cursed energy flowed through his broken body in a different pattern, not the destructive force he'd been wielding, but something constructive, healing. Reversed cursed technique. The effect was immediate. Shattered bones began to knit, ruptured organs sealed themselves, damaged tissue regenerated. Within seconds, injuries that would have been fatal were reduced to mere discomfort. Nolan landed beside the crater, looking down at Megumi with a mixture of surprise and grudging respect as the young man rose to his feet, blood still staining his clothes but his body whole again. "Regeneration," Nolan observed. "That explains your confidence. But it won't save you. Every technique has its limits, and I can hit you faster than you can heal." "Perhaps," Megumi acknowledged, wiping blood from his mouth. "But can you hit what you can't touch?" He slammed both palms to the ground, and darkness erupted around him. 10 Shadows technique, Divine Dogs. The canine Shikigami materialized from the shadows, larger and more substantial than when he'd summoned them earlier against the Flaxons. They circled him protectively, their spectral forms rippling with cursed energy. Nolan scoffed. "More shadow beasts. They couldn't touch me before, and they won't now." "They're not meant to touch you," Megumi replied. "They're a distraction." As the divine dogs lunged at Nolan, forcing him to dodge and weave. Megumi prepared for his most dangerous gambit. The cursed energy within him gathered, concentrated, focused on a single purpose. 10 Shadows technique, 8th form. The ritual circle appeared beneath his feet, glowing with eldritch power. The summoning of this particular Shikigami was different from the others, more formal, more dangerous, bound by ancient rules that even Sukuna had respected. Nolan, sensing the shift in energy, dispatched the divine dogs with 2 precise strikes and turned his attention back to Megumi. Whatever you're attempting, it won't be fast enough. He launched himself forward, but just before he could reach Megumi, the ritual completed. Come forth, Divine General Maharaga. The summoning circle erupted with blinding light, and from within emerged a massive figure, humanoid but clearly not human, enormous, with a large will balanced above its head. Nolan pulled up short, momentarily startled by the appearance of this new entity. What manner of creature is this? Megumi didn't answer. Instead, he leaped backward, putting distance between himself and both Maharaga and Nolan, before either attacked him. His hand extended, cursed energy gathering at his fingertips in a way he hadn't displayed before. Sacred flame. A mighty fire formed within his palm that he immediately shaped into a single arrow. An arrow made of not ordinary fire, but something more fundamental, more conceptual. It burned with an intensity that made even the air around it seem to warp and distort. Its light illuminated Megumi's face, his red eyes, gleaming with excitement. Nolan's eyes narrowed. Another elemental attack? You should know by now that I can dodge Sukuna without a word hurled the sacred flame. Not at Nolan, who was next to Maharaga, but at Maharaga. Nolan easily flew away, a smirk forming on his lips. You missed. But Megumi was already smiling, a cold, knowing expression that would have been familiar to anyone who had faced Sukuna at the height of his power. I never aimed for you. The sacred flame struck Maharaga directly in the center of its wheel. For a moment, nothing happened. Then the flame expanded explosively, engulfing the divine general in a conflagration of supernatural fire. The world seemed to warp, the air crackling with heat and energy. Time itself seemed to slow, the moment stretching into an eternity as the sacred flame consumed the divine general. All was silent. Then the sound came. A low, guttural scream. The scream of one considered a god dying. And then, the explosion. The explosion was cataclysmic, dwarfing anything Megumi had unleashed thus far. The force of it ripped through the ruined flaxen city, vaporizing buildings, melting metal, and scouring the very stone from the ground. The shockwave that radiated outward was enough to knock even Nolan off balance, sending him tumbling backward through the air. When the light faded and the smoke cleared, Maharaga was gone. Vaporized. Nothing but scattered ashes in the wind. The wheel on its head tumbled to the ground, clattering against the purple stone before dissolving into shadow. A hush fell over the battlefield, broken only by the crackling of residual flames and the distant wails of the few surviving flaxens. Nolan righted himself in the air, his costume torn and singed, his face etched with a mixture of shock and disbelief. He stared at the spot where Maharaga had stood, his mind struggling to comprehend what he had just witnessed. What did you just do? Nolan demanded, his voice carrying a note of genuine concern for the first time. His instincts were screaming at him, warning him that something is seriously wrong. Sukuna landed gracefully some distance away, his expression triumphant despite the exhaustion evident in his posture. He had pushed himself to his limits, channeling every ounce of cursed energy he possessed into that single devastating attack. I completed the ritual, he explained, as the wheel clattered to the ground and disappeared into shadow. Maharaga is the divine general, the strongest of the 10 Shadows Shikigami. To control it, one must first destroy it. Nolan stared at him, a storm brewing in his eyes. Destroy it? You destroyed a spiritual familiar of that magnitude just to control its power. To tame it, Megumi corrected. To make it subservient to my will. Only by destroying it can I truly command it, and the only way to destroy it as such is with the sacred flame. A calculating look crossed Nolan's face. I am not yet completely understanding, but I am impressed. Seriously though, what are you implying? That its power is now yours to use. Megumi smirked in a way. Now that the ritual is complete. He raised both his hands in an open manner as his shadows shifted. 10 Shadows Technique, 8th Form Divine General Maharaga. The summoning was different this time, faster. More controlled. The shadow behind him rose and then manifested Maharaga, now fully under Sukuna's command. The wheel on its head rotated slowly, and its posture was alert, ready for battle. But there was something new as well, a faint red aura surrounding its form, a hint of the cursed energy that now bound it to Megumi's will, making it far more powerful than before. Nolan's eyes widened slightly, understanding dawning. I see now. So this is what you meant when you said you tamed it. A spirit that can die and be resurrected. Incredible. Indeed, Megumi confirmed, a hint of the old Sukuna's arrogance entering his voice. The Divine General Maharaga, a Shikigami no one has successfully tamed. Until now. Until my existence. He stepped forward, Maharaga moving in perfect synchronization with him. So Nolan Grayson, Megumi said, his voice carrying the weight of decades of battle experience, are you ready for round 2? The purple landscape of the flaxen world trembled as 2 titans squared off. Maharaga stood imposingly behind Megumi, its will spinning with hypnotic precision, while Nolan hovered several feet above the shattered ground, reassessing his opponent with newfound wariness. Round 2. Nolan's mustache twitched with a humorless smile. You've shown impressive abilities, I'll grant you that. But you're still human, enhanced, evolved perhaps, but human nonetheless. Megumi's eyes gleamed battle thirst. You keep using that word. Human. As if it's a limitation, rather than something with its own strengths and potential. Without warning, Maharaga launched forward with impossible speed, its massive fist aimed directly at Nolan's chest. The Viltrumite dodged, but barely, the Shikigami's attack clipping his shoulder with enough force to send him spiraling through the air. Nolan righted himself, genuine surprise registering on his face. Faster than before. Adaptation, Megumi explained, to strengthen Maharaga's ability, advancing steadily as Maharaga circled back to his side. The Divine General learns from every encounter, every phenomenon it experiences. You've shown it your speed, now it understands. Nolan's eyes narrowed. Interesting. But understanding isn't matching. He disappeared in a blur of white and red, reappearing behind Megumi with his fist already in motion. But Megumi had anticipated this, sinking into his shadow at the last possible moment. Nolan's strike passed through empty air as Maharaga pivoted, its will spinning faster as it launched a counterattack. The Viltrumite caught Maharaga's massive arm, straining visibly against the Shikigami's strength. Impressive construct, he grunted, before hurling the Divine General into a distant structure. But still just a puppet. Is that what you think? Megumi emerged from shadow 30 meters away, cursed energy swirling around his hands. Dismantle. The cutting technique sliced through the air, and this time Nolan wasn't quite fast enough. A deep gash opened across his chest, Viltrumite blood spattering the purple stones beneath him. Nolan touched the wound, examining his blood with something like fascination. Few beings can harm a Viltrumite. Your energy, it bypasses our cellular density somehow. As I said for the 3rd time now, Megumi replied, there are forces beyond the physical. You really have trouble accepting that, don't you? Nolan's expression hardened. Perhaps, he began, ignoring Sukuna's taunt, but physical force still has its uses. He launched forward again, this time moving in an unpredictable zigzag pattern that even Sukuna's perception struggled to track. The impact when it came was devastating, Nolan's fist connecting with Megumi's midsection, driving the air from his lungs and sending him crashing through multiple structures. Pain exploded through Megumi's body, but even as he flew backward, he was already channeling reversed curse technique, healing the worst of the damage like earlier. He crashed through a final wall and rolled to his feet, blood trickling from his mouth but otherwise intact. Maharaga appeared beside him, having traversed the distance with uncanny speed. The Shikigami's will spun rapidly, and Megumi felt its adaptive energy resonating with his own cursed energy. You heal quickly, Nolan observed, hovering above the rubble. But each healing depletes your reserves, doesn't it? I can hit you indefinitely. How long can you repair yourself? Instead of answering, Megumi placed his hand on Maharaga's leg. Cursed energy flowed between them, and the Shikigami's form seemed to solidify further, its red aura intensifying. Let me show you something interesting, Megumi said, his voice carrying that distinctive blend of arrogance and anticipation that had once made sorcerers tremble. Maharaga doesn't just adapt to phenomena it experiences directly. The divine generals will spun faster, glowing with ethereal light. It adapts to phenomena I understand as well. Nolan's eyes widened slightly as Maharaga suddenly accelerated, moving with Viltrumite-like speed. The Shikigami's fist connected with his chest before he could dodge, the impact sending him hurtling into the amber sky. Megumi didn't waste the opening. Dismantle. The cutting technique sliced through the air where Nolan was tumbling. This time, the cuts that appeared across Nolan's body were deeper, drawing more blood. Having had more cursed energy in them than before, Nolan stabilized himself in mid-air, his white costume now stained with crimson. His expression had shifted from confident to calculating, the look of a warrior who has unexpectedly encountered a worthy opponent. Adaptation through proxy, he mused, wiping blood from his face. Fascinating. Your abilities are more sophisticated than I initially assessed. You have no idea, Megumi replied, the cursed energy around him pulsing. Nolan descended slowly, his cape billowing in the hot wind that carried the scent of destruction. I'm curious, Megumi. With such power at your disposal, why align yourself with Earth's defenders? Why play at being a hero when you could rule? Who says I'm playing? Megumi countered, circling slowly as Maharaga mirrored his movements. I've seen your true nature, Nolan pressed. In combat, when the restraints fall away, there's something ancient in your eyes, something that understands dominance, hierarchy. Something not unlike a Viltrumite. Megumi's lips curled into a cold smile. Perhaps. But unlike you, I choose my path rather than following orders blindly. Nolan's expression hardened. You know nothing of my choices. I know enough, Megumi replied. I know you're preparing to betray Earth, to eliminate its defenders and prepare it for conquest, for your precious Viltrum Empire. The words hung in the air between them, a challenge and an accusation. For a moment, Nolan seemed almost surprised at the directness of the statement. Then his posture shifted, becoming more predatory, more alien. And if I am? He asked, his voice dropping to a dangerous register. What then? Will you try to stop me? Alert the Guardians? Tell my son. That depends, Megumi said, maintaining his calm despite the tension crackling between them, on whether you're capable of reconsidering. Nolan's laugh was harsh, devoid of humor. Reconsidering? My mission has been in progress for 20 years. Earth's evaluation is complete. The time for action approaches. And your family? Megumi pressed. Debbie? Mark? Are they just collateral damage in your grand mission? Something flickered across Nolan's face, a momentary hesitation, quickly suppressed. They are complications, but ultimately irrelevant to the greater purpose. Are they? Megumi took a step forward, Maharaga moving with him. Is that why you've delayed your mission? Why you've played the devoted husband and father for 2 decades instead of simply conquering Earth upon arrival? Nolan's eyes narrowed dangerously. You presume much. I observe, Megumi corrected. The spiritual conflict within you is visible to my perception. You care for them, despite your conditioning, despite your mission. Enough. Nolan roared, launching forward with renewed fury. The clash that followed was cataclysmic. Nolan's fist met Maharaga's, the impact generating a shockwave that leveled what few structures remained standing in the vicinity. The ground beneath them cratered further, purple stone pulverized into dust. Megumi used the momentary distraction to execute his own attack. Sacred Flame. The supernatural fire erupted from his palm, not as an arrow this time but as a wave that engulfed Nolan before he could dodge. The Viltrumite roared in pain as the flame seared his supposedly invulnerable skin, though they were weaker, as he reversed the binding vow of using them only as an arrow. Yet still they were enough to harm Nolan. But Omni-Man was far from defeated. With a burst of speed, he flew upward, breaking free of the flames, then dive-bombed directly at Megumi. The impact was devastating, driving Megumi deep into the ground and creating a crater nearly 50 meters wide. Blood filled Megumi's mouth as several ribs shattered, his internal organs rupturing once again from the force. Even with reversed cursed technique, the damage was severe enough that healing took precious seconds in which Nolan pressed his advantage. The Viltrumite grabbed Megumi by the throat, lifting him from the crater. "Your abilities are remarkable, but you lack the physical resilience comparable to mine. One solid hit is all it takes." Megumi's response was to direct Maharaga with a thought. The Divine General appeared behind Nolan, its massive arms wrapping around the Viltrumite in a crushing bear hug. "Physical resilience isn't everything," Megumi gasped as Nolan's grip loosened. "Strategy counts too." He placed his palm against Nolan's chest. "Cleave." The adaptive cutting technique at such close range should have been a near-killing blow, if Sukuna intended Nolan's death, but he twisted at the last moment, the invisible force slicing through his shoulder rather than his heart. He roared in pain but managed to break free of Maharaga's grip with a burst of strength, blood streaming from the deep wound. For a moment, both combatants separated, each assessing the damage they'd sustained. Nolan's white costume was now more red than white, torn in multiple places to reveal lacerated Viltrumite flesh beneath. Megumi's clothing was similarly shredded, though reversed curse technique had closed his wounds, leaving only blood-stained skin as evidence of the damage he'd taken. "You fight well," Nolan acknowledged, his breathing slightly labored. "Better than any human I've encountered. But you must realize the futility of your resistance. Even if you somehow defeated me, the Viltrum Empire would send others. Earth's fate is sealed." "Nothing is sealed until it happens," Megumi replied, wiping blood from his mouth. "And you haven't answered my question about your family." Nolan's expression darkened. "What would you have me say? That I care for them? Perhaps I do, in my way. But they are temporary. Fragile. Debbie will age and die in a handful of decades. A blink in a Viltrumite lifetime. And Mark?" Megumi pressed. "Your son? He has your heritage, your potential longevity." "Mark will understand eventually," Nolan said, though a hint of uncertainty entered his voice. "He is a Viltrumite. Once he embraces his heritage, he'll see the necessity of our mission." "Will he?" Megumi took a step forward, cursed energy swirling around him. "Will he understand when you tell him his mother was just a tool? When you explain that the world he loves must be subjugated for the glory of an empire he's never seen?" Rage flashed across Nolan's face. "You know nothing of Viltrum, of our greatness, of our purpose." "I know enough," Megumi countered. "I know it's a dying empire clinging to outdated ideologies. I know you're not here to protect Earth, but to evaluate its breeding potential. To replenish your dwindling numbers with half-breed offspring." Nolan's eyes widened slightly. "How could you possibly dash, as I said?" Megumi interrupted. "I see more than most." The Viltrumite's expression hardened into something truly alien, the facade of humanity dropping away completely. "Then you understand why resistance is pointless. Viltrum has conquered thousands of worlds. Earth is just one more. And yet here you are," Megumi observed, hesitating. "Delaying. Still finding excuses to postpone the inevitable. Why?" "Enough talk." Nolan snarled, launching himself forward once more. This time, Megumi was ready. He and Maharaga moved in perfect synchronization, their attacks coordinated. As Nolan approached, Megumi dropped into shadow while Maharaga pivoted, its massive fist connecting with the Viltrumite's jaw. The impact sent Nolan careening sideways, directly into the path of Megumi's emerging attack. Dismantle. The technique sliced across Nolan's back, drawing a roar of pain and fury. The Viltrumite spun in midair, blood spraying from his wounds, and charged again, only to meet another devastating blow from Maharaga. The battle escalated, both combatants moving with such speed and ferocity that the very air around them seemed to warp and distort. Nolan's raw physical power was matched against Megumi's tactical precision and Maharaga's adaptive capabilities. Buildings crumbled, the ground shook, and the few remaining Flaxons fled in terror as their world became the battlefield for powers beyond their comprehension. Throughout it all, Megumi continued to press Nolan psychologically as well as physically. "You've built a life here," he said between exchanges. "A real life, not just a cover. Are you truly willing to destroy it all for an empire that sees you as nothing more than a tool?" "I am Viltrumite," Nolan roared, his fist connecting with Megumi's face despite Maharaga's attempt to intercept. "Our purpose is conquest, expansion, perfection. Personal attachments are weakness." Megumi went flying backward, blood erupting from his mouth, but even as he tumbled through the air, he continued his psychological assault. "Is that why you've maintained those attachments for 20 years? Because they're weaknesses." He crashed through a partially standing structure, immediately channeling reversed curse technique to heal the damage. The effort was becoming more taxing, his reserves of cursed energy dwindling with each major healing. Nolan pursued, his expression a mask of fury. "You understand nothing." Your mission has become your excuse," Megumi interrupted, rising from the rubble. "Your justification for eventually destroying what you've come to value." "Debbie is a pet," Nolan bellowed, the words echoing across the ruined landscape. "A temporary diversion. Nothing more." "Then why protect her?" Megumi demanded. "Why maintain the charade for decades when you could have completed your mission in months? Why give her a child if she means nothing? Why only have Mark and not go and test out many other descendants to see if they would have developed what you sought earlier?" Nolan's response was a wordless roar as he charged again, his attacks becoming less precise, more fueled by emotion than tactical consideration. It was exactly what Megumi had been aiming for. As the Viltrumite approached, Megumi and Maharaga executed their most coordinated attack yet. The Divine General intercepted Nolan from above, while Megumi attacked from below, both landing devastating blows simultaneously. The impact sent Nolan crashing into the ground with enough force to create yet another crater in the already devastated landscape. Before he could recover, Megumi was on him, hands glowing with cursed energy. "Dismantle." The cutting technique sliced across Nolan's chest, deeper than before, drawing a howl of pain. The Viltrumite lashed out blindly, his fist connecting with Megumi's shoulder and shattering the joint. Both combatants separated again, each wounded, each struggling to recover. Nolan's breathing was labored, blood streaming from multiple deep cuts across his body. Megumi's right arm hung useless at his side until reversed cursed technique could repair the damaged joint. "You're stronger than you should be," Nolan gasped, genuine respect entering his voice despite his fury. "What are you truly?" Megumi's smile was cold, ancient. "I told you. I am what I am." "No human should be able to challenge a Viltrumite like this," Nolan insisted. "Your abilities, they represent something I've never encountered before. A different evolutionary path, perhaps. Not just physical enhancement, but spiritual." "Perhaps," Megumi acknowledged. "Or perhaps I'm just the first of my kind you've encountered." Nolan's eyes narrowed thoughtfully despite the pain of his wounds. "A spiritual evolutionary path. It affects the biology, which means it could be replicated in descendants." The calculation in his gaze was clear, and Megumi laughed coldly. "Already thinking of breeding applications? How very Viltrumite of you." "Our species survives through adaptation," Nolan replied unapologetically. "Incorporating beneficial traits is logical." "And that's all that matters to you?" Megumi asked, his shoulder finally healed enough to move normally again. "The survival of your species? At any cost? What else is there?" Nolan countered, rising unsteadily to his feet. "Individual lives are temporary. Species endure." "Some individuals leave marks that outlast species," Megumi replied. "Some choices echo through eternity." Their eyes met across the battlefield, two beings of immense power recognizing something of themselves in the other. For a moment, there was almost understanding between them, two predators acknowledging each other's nature. Then Nolan charged again, and the moment passed. The final phase of their battle was brutal, primal. Both had exhausted their reserves. Both were wounded beyond what most beings could endure. Nolan's Viltrumite physiology was pushed to its limits, while Sukuna's cursed energy reserves were nearly depleted. They exchanged blows that would have shattered moons, techniques that defied physical laws. Maharaga fought alongside Megumi, its adaptive capabilities allowing it to match even Nolan's desperate fury and in some ways surpass him. The landscape around them was transformed, no longer recognizable as a city or even as a habitable environment. Buildings were reduced to dust, the ground cratered and scorched, the very air superheated by the forces they unleashed. In the end, it came down to a single decisive exchange. Nolan, bleeding from dozens of wounds but still terrifyingly powerful, gathered the last of his strength for one final charge. Sukuna, equally bloodied but coldly determined, prepared his counter. Maharaga dispersed, as it could no longer be sustained. As the Viltrumite approached, Megumi dropped into shadow one last time, not to dodge, but to position himself. He emerged directly in Nolan's path, cursed energy concentrated in his fist. Dismantle. The adaptive cutting technique met Nolan's charge head-on, the invisible force slicing through Viltrumite flesh even as Nolan's fist connected with Megumi's chest. Both warriors were sent flying backward by the impact, both grievously wounded. They crashed to the ground meters apart, neither able to rise immediately. Blood pooled beneath them, Viltrumite and human alike pushed beyond normal endurance. Megumi recovered first, channeling his remaining cursed energy into one final healing. It wasn't enough to repair all the damage. His body was a mass of partially healed wounds and exhausted muscle, but it was enough to allow him to move. He crawled to where Nolan lay, the Viltrumite's white costume now completely red with blood, his breathing labored but his eyes still defiant. With the last of his strength, Megumi positioned himself above Nolan, pinning the wounded conqueror to the ground. "It's over," Megumi gasped, blood trickling from his mouth. "You've lost." Nolan stared up at him, his expression a mixture of pain, fury, and something like respect. "Have I? Or have you merely delayed the inevitable?" "Perhaps," Megumi acknowledged. "But delay can become defeat with the right strategy." For a long moment, they remained locked in that position, Megumi barely maintaining his hold, Nolan too wounded to break free. Around them, the ruined flaxen world burned, a testament to the scale of their conflict. "Do you truly believe," Nolan asked finally, his voice quiet, almost contemplative, "that you can stand against the entire Viltrum Empire? That any force on Earth could resist when they come in full strength?" Sukuna's laugh was soft, pained, but carried an edge of genuine amusement. "This isn't even my full power, Nolan. I just need more time to access all my potential." He leaned closer, his voice dropping to a near whisper. "Together with you and Mark, with what we know, what we can prepare, Earth can win." Nolan's eyes widened slightly. "Together? You think I would betray my people?" "I think," Megumi replied, "that you already have in your heart. Why else delay your mission for 20 years? Why else build a life you knew you'd have to destroy?" The Viltrumite said nothing, but something flickered in his eyes, doubt perhaps, or recognition of a truth he'd been avoiding. "You have a choice, Nolan," Megumi continued, his voice steady despite his exhaustion. "Complete your mission, destroy everything you've built, everything you've come to value, or help us find another way." "There is no other way," Nolan insisted, though with less conviction than before. "Viltrum's will is absolute." "Nothing is absolute," Megumi countered. "I've lived long enough to know that. Even I, the strongest, who nearly brought down the heavens, would have lost after all. To that brat, Itadori Yuji, my blood nephew, spiritual son of all people." Sukuna thought to himself. For twins were in spirit, in the eyes of cursed energy, the laws of heaven, a single entity, and Itadori Yuji was his twin son. They fell silent then, two broken warriors on a burning world, each contemplating choices that would reshape worlds. Above them, The red sky of the Flaxen dimension swirled with smoke and ash, while around them, the ruins of a civilization stood as mute testament to the price of conquest. The king won. Now the conqueror only needed to admit it and submit. Hours passed on the devastated Flaxen world. The twin suns of this dimension had completed nearly a dozen rotations across the amber sky since the battle's conclusion, casting long shadows across the ruined landscape. In the center of what had once been the governmental district, two figures sat in silence, their backs against a fallen pillar of purple stone. Both were bloodied and exhausted, their bodies pushed beyond normal endurance, yet slowly recovering through vastly different means. Nolan Grayson's Viltrumite physiology worked to knit his wounds, cellular regeneration gradually closing the countless lacerations that had penetrated his supposedly invulnerable skin. Beside him, Megumi Fushiguro periodically channeled small amounts of cursed energy through his battered form, accelerating his own healing process. Neither had spoken for some time, each lost in contemplation of what had transpired between them. The battle had been more than physical. It had exposed truths both had been avoiding, questions neither wished to confront. "We need to return to Earth," Megumi said finally, breaking the silence. "For us, it's been days here, but on Earth, barely hours have passed since the invasion began. The Guardians, the teen team, they'll still be dealing with the aftermath." "Time dilation," Nolan nodded, wincing slightly at the movement. "One of the Flaxen's natural advantages. It's why they can rebuild and regroup so quickly between invasions. What might be years for them is only days on Earth." "And for Viltrum?" Megumi asked, watching Nolan's expression carefully. "Time is consistent there with Earth. Standard galactic measurement." Nolan's voice carried a hint of the academic he pretended to be on Earth. "They'll expect my regular reports. If those cease, they'll investigate." "How long?" Nolan considered this. 6 months, perhaps a year. Viltrumite resources are stretched thin. They won't divert assets for a routine check without cause. Megumi nodded, absorbing this information. "Then we have time. Not much, but some." "Time for what, exactly?" Nolan asked, his tone carefully neutral. "I haven't agreed to anything." "No," Megumi acknowledged. "But you haven't rejected the possibility either." Another silence fell between them, punctuated only by the distant sounds of the few surviving Flaxens, scurrying through the ruins of their civilization. "We'll need the Flaxens to create a portal," Megumi continued. "Neither of us has the ability to traverse dimensions independently." Nolan laughed, a harsh sound that held no humor. "After what we've done to their world, they'll be more likely to hide than help." "They're pragmatic," Megumi replied. "They'll understand that cooperation is preferable to further destruction." The Viltrumite studied him for a moment, then nodded slowly. "Perhaps you're right. Though neither of us is in condition to be particularly threatening at the moment." "We don't need to threaten," Megumi said, pushing himself to his feet with visible effort. "Just persuade." It took them nearly a day to locate a group of surviving Flaxens. The aliens had retreated to underground shelters, hiding from the catastrophic battle that had demolished their capital. When Megumi and Nolan descended into one such shelter, the green-skinned beings cowered in terror, their goggled eyes wide with fear. Nolan started to step forward, but Megumi placed a restraining hand on his arm. "Let me handle this," he said quietly. "You're the one who's been systematically destroying their world for the past several days." The Viltrumite frowned but stepped back, allowing Megumi to approach the trembling aliens. "We require passage back to Earth," Megumi stated, his voice calm but carrying authority. "Create a portal, and we will leave your world in peace." One of the Flaxens, distinguished by more elaborate goggles and what appeared to be insignia of rank, chittered something in their language. "They want assurances we won't return," Nolan translated, his knowledge of alien languages another benefit of his centuries of experience. Megumi nodded. "Tell them they have my word. No further incursions to Earth. No further retribution from us." As Nolan relayed this in the Flaxen language, the alien leader seemed skeptical, gesturing emphatically at the Viltrumite. "He says my word means nothing," Nolan explained, a hint of dark amusement in his voice. Given the circumstances, that's not unreasonable. Megumi considered this, then stepped forward again. Tell them that I defeated you, he said to Nolan. That I am now the one who decides whether their world lives or dies. Nolan's eyebrows rose slightly, but he translated the message. The effect was immediate. The Flaxen's chittering increased in volume and urgency, their gestures becoming more animated. They're discussing it, Nolan murmured. The concept of someone defeating me seems to have made an impression. After several hours of intense debate among themselves, the Flaxen leader approached cautiously, making a series of gestures toward what appeared to be a technological installation at the far end of the shelter. They'll create the portal, Nolan confirmed. But they need time to prepare the equipment. Their primary dimensional gateway was destroyed in our disagreement. How long? Several hours, by their estimate, which would be mere seconds on Earth. Megumi nodded. Then we wait. They retreated to a corner of the shelter, maintaining enough distance from the Flaxens to allow the aliens to work without the constant terror of their presence. As the green-skinned beings scurried about, connecting equipment and making adjustments to their technology, Nolan and Megumi resumed their conversation. You still haven't answered my question, Megumi said quietly. About what happens when we return to Earth. Nolan's expression hardened. What would you have me do? Abandon my mission? Betray my people? 20 years of preparation, discarded because of one battle. One battle that proved you can be defeated, Megumi pointed out. One battle that showed there are forces on Earth capable of challenging even Viltrumite power. You are an anomaly, Nolan countered. A single individual with abilities that defy conventional understanding. The rest of humanity remains inadequate. Mark isn't, Megumi said simply. And he won't be the last. If my theory is correct, Earth represents not just one evolutionary path, but multiple. Physical, like the Viltrumites. Spiritual, like myself. Perhaps others we haven't yet identified. Nolan fell silent, considering this. When he spoke again, his voice had lost some of its certainty. Even if what you say is true, the Viltrum Empire won't simply abandon its plans for Earth. They'll send others. Then we prepare, Megumi replied. We build defenses, train defenders, create alliances. With your knowledge of Viltrumite strategies and weaknesses, we'd have advantages no other world has had. You speak of betraying my people, Nolan reiterated, though his tone was more thoughtful than accusatory now. I speak of choosing your family, Megumi corrected. The family you've built here, not the empire that sees you as merely a tool for expansion. Nolan's eyes hardened again. Debbie is don't, Megumi interrupted, his voice suddenly sharp. Don't say she's just a pet. Not again. Not when we both know it's a lie you tell yourself to make your mission palatable. For a moment, it seemed Nolan might lash out again, his muscles tensing despite his injuries. But then, unexpectedly, the fight seemed to drain from him. 20 years, he said quietly. 20 years I've lived among humans. Watched them, studied them, prepared for their eventual subjugation. And in that time. He trailed off, his gaze distant. In that time, you found things worth preserving, Megumi finished for him. Worth protecting. Nolan didn't confirm this verbally, but his silence was answer enough. Tell me about Viltrum, Megumi said, changing tactics. Not the empire it is now, but what it was. Before the conquest, before the expansion. Surprise flickered across Nolan's face at the unexpected question. Why? Because I want to understand what you're fighting for, Megumi replied simply. What this mission really means to you. Nolan studied him for a long moment, then began to speak, his voice taking on a quality Megumi hadn't heard before, something almost wistful. Viltrum was magnificent once. A world of achievements, of art and science advancing in perfect harmony with physical perfection. We didn't begin as conquerors. We were explorers, philosophers, builders of wonders. His eyes grew distant, seeing not the ruined Flaxen shelter but memories of a world light years away and centuries past. The scourge virus changed everything. Half our population, gone in months. The civil war that followed claimed more. What remained was harder, more focused on survival at any cost. Thrag's ascension to Grand Regent solidified the new direction, conquest as the path to restoration. And you believe in this path? Megumi asked quietly. Nolan's expression grew complex. I was born after the change. Raised to be a warrior, a conqueror. It's all I've ever known. Until Earth, Megumi observed. Until Debbie. Until Mark. Another long silence fell between them, each lost in their own thoughts. Around them, the Flaxens continued their work, the dimensional portal gradually taking shape under their skilled manipulations. If I were to... Nolan began, then stopped, recalibrating his words. Hypothetically, if I were to consider an alternative to my mission, what would that look like? Practically speaking. Megumi recognized the significance of the question, not a commitment, but an opening. A willingness to at least discuss possibilities. First, we'd need to address the immediate issue, he replied carefully. The Guardians of the Globe. Your original plan involved eliminating them, correct? Nolan nodded reluctantly. They represent the most organized defense Earth has. Without them, resistance would be fragmented, ineffective. Instead, they could become the core of Earth's defense against Viltrum, Megumi suggested. Trained with your knowledge of Viltrumite tactics, equipped with technology designed to counter your species' advantages. They wouldn't trust me, Nolan pointed out. Not without explanation. Which brings us to the second point, Megumi continued. The truth. Mark and Debbie deserve to know. All of it. Who you are, why you came to Earth, what choices you're facing now. Nolan's expression darkened. Debbie would never understand. She'd see only the deception, the years of lies. You underestimate her, Megumi countered. She's stronger than you give her credit for. And she loves you, the real you, not just the cover identity you've maintained. And if she doesn't? Nolan's voice carried a note of vulnerability that seemed alien coming from the powerful Viltrumite. If she sees me as a monster? Then that's her choice to make, Megumi said simply. But hiding the truth from her is making that choice for her. Denying her agency in her own life. Nolan fell silent again, absorbing this. When he spoke next, his voice was quieter. And Mark. Mark will struggle, Megumi acknowledged. His worldview will be shattered. But he's your son, Viltrumite and human both. He has your strength and Debbie's compassion. Given time, he'll understand the complexity of your position. You seem very confident in your assessment of my family, Nolan observed, a hint of his usual dry humor returning. I've observed them, Megumi replied. And I've observed you with them. The connection is real, Nolan. Whatever you tell yourself about pets and temporary diversions, the bond you formed with them is genuine. Sukuna, as he said this himself, still felt a bit of wonder at the words coming off his tongue. At trying to convince one so much alike to his previous self in view of love. In his original life, he himself was a person who quite believed in connection, especially the one of family, yet being the tyrannical king of curses for decades, having forgotten during it his first life made him believe any form of love worthless. Weakness. Yet, it is that brat again. Sukuna thought to himself as he looked at the sky. Yorozu, for all her words and attempt to make me understand love, be it through connection, emotional or physical, thinking me incapable of understanding love was foolish. I always understood love. I never saw it as something valuable, as something worthy of possessing. But my loss proved otherwise. Though I experienced it not physically, I read it, I know what I would have done, I saw the truth behind it. And I am not fool enough to deny reality, to deny when I was wrong. Before Nolan could respond, the Flaxen leader approached cautiously, making a series of gestures toward the now completed portal device. It's ready, Nolan translated, rising to his feet with visible effort. They can open the gateway to Earth whenever we're prepared to depart. Megumi stood as well, his movements equally strained. Both were still far from fully recovered, though their respective healing abilities had closed the worst of their wounds. "Before we return," Megumi said, fixing Nolan with an intense gaze, "I need to know your decision. Not a commitment to every detail of what might come, but a direction. Are you with us, or against us?" Nolan held his gaze for a long moment, the weight of centuries of conditioning and duty visible in his eyes. When he finally spoke, his voice was steady but quiet. "I've spent 20 years on Earth, Megumi. I've watched humanity with a detached assessment of a Viltrumite officer, cataloging strengths and weaknesses, preparing for eventual conquest. But I've also—" He paused, seemingly struggling with the admission. "I've also lived among them. Built a life I never intended to value. Found connections I never expected to form." Another pause, longer this time. "I don't know if Earth can stand against Viltrum. I don't know if I can betray everything I was raised to believe. But I do know that I'm not ready to destroy what I've built there. Not yet. Perhaps not ever." It wasn't a complete commitment, but it was honest, and for now it was enough. Megumi nodded. "Then we return together. And we face what comes next together." The Flaxen leader, sensing they had reached a decision, activated the portal device. A swirling vortex of green energy formed in the center of the installation, identical to the gateways that had opened above Earth during the invasion. As they approached the portal, Nolan spoke again. "When we return, Mark will have questions. About what happened, about why I entered the Flaxen dimension, about why we're returning together injured like this." "We tell him the truth," Megumi replied. "Or at least, the beginning of it. That we encountered each other here, fought the Flaxens together, and found common ground. The rest can come later, when you're ready to have that conversation with him and Debbie." Nolan considered this, then nodded slowly. "A partial truth, then. For now." "For now," Megumi agreed. They stood before the swirling portal, two beings of immense power who had fought each other to a standstill and emerged with an understanding neither had anticipated. "After you," Nolan said, gesturing toward the gateway with a slight nod of respect. And so Sukuna stepped through, with Nolan soon following after him. "The Conqueror has submitted to the king." The Global Defense Agency headquarters buzzed with activity. Technicians monitored screens displaying the aftermath of the Flaxen invasion. Agents coordinated with emergency services across the city, and Cecil Stedman, director of the GDA, stood at the center of the command room, his expression grim as he reviewed damage reports. "Status on the Guardians?" he asked, not looking up from the tablet in his hand. "All accounted for, sir," an aide replied. "The Immortal is coordinating cleanup in the western sector. War Woman and Darkwing are handling civilian evacuation in the north. Red Rush and Martian Man are assisting emergency services downtown." Cecil nodded. "And the teen team?" "Still at their headquarters. They sustained minor injuries during the downtown engagement, but nothing serious. They're debriefing now." "And Omni-Man?" The aide hesitated. "Still no contact, sir. He entered the eastern portal approximately 3 hours ago and hasn't returned." Cecil's expression darkened. Omni-Man's decision to pursue the Flaxens into their dimension had been unexpected and concerning. It deviated from established protocols and left Earth temporarily without its most powerful defender. What about the other one? The new hero who followed him in? "Sukuna," the aide supplied. "Also no contact. The teen team reports he entered the eastern portal shortly after Omni-Man." Cecil removed his glasses, pinching the bridge of his nose. "Two of our most powerful assets, in an unknown dimension, with no communication capability. Wonderful." Before the aide could respond, alarms blared across the command center. Screens flickered as sensors detected a new dimensional disturbance. "Portal activity detected," a technician called out. "Eastern sector, same coordinates as the previous breach." Cecil replaced his glasses, his posture straightening. "Full alert. Deploy containment teams." "If this is another wave of Flaxens sir," the technician interrupted, "the energy signature matches outgoing portal activity, not incoming. Something's coming back through." The command center fell silent as all eyes turned to the main screen, displaying real-time footage from surveillance drones positioned over the eastern sector. A swirling vortex of green energy had formed in mid-air, identical to the portals from the invasion but smaller, more controlled. Then, two figures emerged. Even through the drone footage, their condition was immediately apparent. Both were bloodied and battered, their clothing torn, their movements stiff with barely healed injuries. Omni-Man's pristine white costume was stained crimson, while Sukuna's dark attire was shredded in multiple places, revealing lacerated skin beneath. "My God," someone whispered. "What happened to them?" Cecil studied the footage intently, noting not just their injuries but their body language. They descended together, side by side, with none of the hostility that might be expected if they'd been adversaries. Instead, they moved with a strange synchronicity, as if having reached some kind of understanding. "Alert the team," Cecil ordered. "They'll want to know their member has returned. And get me a direct line to Omni-Man. I want to know exactly what happened in that dimension." At the team headquarters, the mood was tense. Rex paced the central platform, occasionally glancing at the monitors displaying city-wide damage assessments. Kate sat nearby, her duplicates merged back into a single form as she treated a gash on her arm. Ray hunched over her workstation, analyzing data from the invasion with intense focus. Mark and Eve stood apart from the others, their conversation hushed but urgent. "He shouldn't have gone in alone," Eve said, her voice tight with worry. "Following Omni-Man into the Flaxen dimension without backup. What was he thinking?" "He's been acting differently lately," Mark replied, his own concern evident. "More independent. Ever since that night at the bank, he's been making tactical decisions without consulting Rex or anyone else." "That's not the point," Eve insisted. "The Flaxens are dangerous enough here, where we have the advantage. In their dimension, with different physical laws, different time flow dash," she broke off as their communicators buzzed simultaneously. Rex answered first, his expression shifting from irritation to surprise. "They're back," he announced to the room. Omni-Man and Sukuna just emerged from a portal in the eastern sector. Mark's relief was immediate. "Dad's okay? And Megumi too." Rex's expression grew more complex. "They're alive. But the GDA footage shows they're both pretty messed up. Looks like they went through hell in there." Eve didn't wait for further details. She was already moving toward the exit, her molecules rearranging beneath her clothing to form her costume. "Where exactly?" "Coordinates coming through now," Rex replied, checking his communicator. "Looks like they're descending near Uptown Park." "I'm going," Eve stated. Not a request but a declaration. "We all are," Rex countered. "Team response protocol dash, there's no time for that," Eve interrupted, already creating a platform of pink energy beneath her feet. "They need medical attention now." Before anyone could object further, she was airborne, flying through the exit at a speed that left papers swirling in her wake. Mark looked between the exit and the remaining team members, torn between protocol and personal concern. "She's right. My dad and Megumi need help. I'm going too." Without waiting for Rex's approval, he activated his own costume and followed Eve, accelerating into the sky with the burgeoning confidence of his still new Viltrumite abilities. Rex watched them go, his expression a mixture of annoyance and resignation. "So much for team coordination," he muttered. "Kate, Ray, suit up. We'll follow standard protocol, even if half the team can't be bothered." Eve reached the coordinates first, her molecular propulsion pushing her to speeds that strained the limits of her control. The scene below came into focus as she descended, a small park in the eastern sector, relatively undamaged by the invasion, with two figures standing in a clearing. Nolan and Megumi looked up as she approached, both clearly recognizing her distinctive pink energy signature. She landed a few meters away, her momentum sending leaves scattering across the grass. For a moment, she simply stared, the full extent of their injuries becoming apparent at close range. Nolan's costume was torn in dozens of places, dried blood caking the once pristine fabric. His face bore multiple lacerations that were only partially healed, and he stood with a slight stiffness that suggested deeper injuries. But it was Megumi's condition that truly shocked her. His clothing was in tatters, barely hanging onto his frame. Blood, both dried and fresh, covered much of his visible skin. A particularly nasty wound across his chest had only partially closed, and his right arm hung at a slightly unnatural angle, as if recently dislocated and improperly reset. "My God," she whispered, her scientific detachment momentarily abandoned in the face of such devastation. "What happened to you?" Before either could answer, Mark arrived, landing with less grace beside Eve. His reaction mirrored hers, shock followed by immediate concern. "Dad. Megumi. Your dash," he broke off, taking in their battered state. "What happened in there?" Nolan and Megumi exchanged a brief glance, some unspoken communication passing between them. "The Flaxons were more prepared than anticipated," Nolan said finally, his voice rougher than usual. "They had weapons designed specifically to counter Earth's defenders. Technology they've been developing over centuries of their time." "We encountered resistance," Megumi added, his own voice steady despite his injuries. "Significant resistance." Eve moved forward, her training reasserting itself as she assessed their wounds more clinically. "You need medical attention. Both of you." "The GDA has facilities - no," Nolan interrupted. "No GDA. Not yet. We need to debrief privately first." Eve frowned, looking between them. Something about this explanation felt incomplete. The injuries too severe for a simple encounter with Flaxon forces, no matter how well armed. "You fought each other," she said suddenly, the realization crystallizing in her mind. "Didn't you?" Another glance between them, another silent exchange. "Yes," Megumi admitted finally. "Initially." Mark's expression shifted from concern to confusion. "What? Why would you dash a misunderstanding?" Nolan interjected smoothly. "We entered the portal separately, encountered each other in the midst of Flaxon resistance. In the confusion of battle, in an alien dimension with different temporal properties. We each mistook the other for an enemy," Megumi finished. Briefly. Eve's eyes narrowed, her analytical mind rapidly processing this explanation against the evidence before her. The severity of their injuries suggested far more than a brief misunderstanding. This had been a serious confrontation, one that had pushed both of them to their limits. "And after this misunderstanding," she pressed. "We came to an understanding," Nolan replied, his tone making it clear the subject was closed for now, "and worked together to secure our return." Mark looked between his father and his friend, clearly struggling to reconcile their explanation with their condition. "You both look like you went through a meat grinder. If this was just a misunderstanding - time moves differently in the Flaxon dimension," Megumi reminded him. "What was hours here were days there. We had multiple encounters with their forces while finding a way back." Eve's focus remained fixed on Megumi, cataloging every injury, every sign of strain in his posture. Her molecules vibrated with suppressed emotion. Concern, yes, but also something deeper, more intense. The sight of him so damaged triggered responses she hadn't anticipated, hadn't prepared for. "You shouldn't have gone in alone," she said, her voice barely above a whisper. "You should have waited for backup. For the team." For - she cut herself off, but the unspoken word hung in the air. "For me." Megumi met her gaze directly, something shifting in his expression as he registered the intensity of her reaction. It was a tactical decision made in the moment. There wasn't time for consultation. "There's always time," she countered, her composure cracking slightly. "There's always a choice." To everyone's surprise, tears began to well in her eyes, though she blinked them back with fierce determination. Her hands clenched at her sides, pink energy crackling around her fingertips as her emotional state affected her molecular control. "Eve," Mark said gently, placing a hand on her shoulder. "They're back now. They're okay." "They're not okay," she snapped, shrugging off his touch. "Look at them, Mark. Really look. These aren't minor injuries. They nearly died in there." The raw emotion in her voice caused both Nolan and Megumi to study her more carefully. Nolan's expression remained neutral, though something calculating entered his eyes. Megumi, however, seemed to realize something, a recognition dawning that made him suddenly very still. I need to examine those wounds, Eve continued, regaining some composure as she shifted into scientific mode. Some of them aren't healing properly. I can see molecular destabilization at the cellular level. Before anyone could respond, the rest of the team arrived, Rex, Kate, and Ray touching down nearby, their expressions a mixture of relief and concern as they took in the scene. What the hell happened to you two? Rex demanded, approaching with his characteristic lack of tact. You look like you went 10 rounds with a black hole and lost. Something like that, Nolan replied dryly. As Rex began peppering them with questions about the Flaxen dimension, Eve moved closer to Megumi, ostensibly to examine his injuries more closely. Her hands hovered near his wounded chest, pink energy emanating from her fingertips as she assessed the damage at a molecular level. You could have died, she whispered, her voice too low for the others to hear. Do you understand that? You could have died, and I wouldn't have known. Wouldn't have been able to help. Megumi studied her face, the intensity in her eyes, the slight tremble in her usually steady hands, the faint pink glow that seemed to emanate from her very skin as her emotions affected her powers. I'm more resilient than I appear, he replied quietly. Everyone has limits, she countered. Even you. There was something in her tone, in the way her eyes tracked every movement he made, that triggered a memory in Megumi, a recollection from his time as Sukuna. A woman with similar devotion, similar intensity. Yorozu, the sorcerer who had loved him with an obsession that transcended reason, who had followed him into darkness without hesitation. Not another Yorozu, he thought, a chill running through him despite the warmth of Eve's healing energy. The recognition of that particular pattern, devotion mixing with fascination, concern blending with possessiveness, was unmistakable. Eve was developing feelings for him. Not the casual interest of a colleague or the simple affection of a friend, but something deeper, more consuming. Something that, if left unchecked, could evolve into the kind of obsession he'd seen before. The realization was complicated by his own response to her concern. In his previous incarnation as Sukuna, he would have either exploited such devotion or dismissed it entirely. But now, with the integration of his various lives and experiences, he found himself touched, concerned, even. Not just for the strategic implications, but for Eve herself. Eve, he said, his voice gentler than usual. I'm fine. Truly. She blinked rapidly, composing herself. Your cellular structure shows significant trauma. The healing process has begun, but it's incomplete. You'll need specialized care. Before he could respond, Nolan approached, having extricated himself from Rex's interrogation. We should continue this discussion somewhere more private, he said, his gaze taking in the growing crowd of onlookers at the park's edge. The Grayson house would be suitable. Debbie should be informed of our return anyway. Mark nodded eagerly. Mom's been worried sick. And we have first aid supplies at home. Eve straightened, her professional demeanor reasserting itself. I'll come too. To monitor their recovery. Rex started to object, something about team protocols and debriefing procedures, but Eve cut him off with a look that brooked no argument. Their injuries require specialized attention. I'm the most qualified to provide it. The intensity of her insistence caused Rex to back down, though he exchanged a puzzled glance with Kate. Fine. But I expect a full report later. As the group prepared to depart for the Grayson residence, Megumi found himself watching Eve more carefully. The way she positioned herself near him, the frequency with which her eyes darted to his injuries, the subtle molecular manipulation she was already performing to stabilize his damaged tissue, all of it spoke to a level of attention that went beyond professional concern. He would need to address this development carefully. Eve was a valuable ally, a brilliant scientist, and potentially a key figure in Earth's defense against the coming Viltrumite threat. But if her feelings were developing along the lines he suspected, it could complicate matters significantly. Not another Yorozu, he thought again. I'll need to handle this with more care than I did the first time. As they took to the air, Mark supporting Megumi while Nolan flew under his own power, Eve remained close, her pink energy platform keeping pace with them. Her eyes never left Megumi's form, her attention unwavering, her molecules humming with an intensity that only someone with his perception could detect. Please, not another Yorozu. Sukuna muttered under his breath once more. Yet as he continued to look at Eve, at her very soul, he knew that was wishful thinking. Damn him for attracting the annoying part in women. This one he couldn't kill, goddamn it.
And that concludes this episode. If you enjoyed it, I'd seriously love it if you guys could leave a like on the video, as it genuinely helps out so much, and it keeps me going, plus it takes only 1 second. That said, have a wonderful day. See you in the next one.